I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Obli. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can-can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can-can instructor.
Hi, bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side of where I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Careful, not Liam.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, no, that's-
If I go all out, I would definitely, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split
yeah,
right
you can
now.
Just try. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
Use your hands.
I
Or
think you can go
like
farther than
this.
me.
Uh,
I can't, my foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
guys, I'm
Believe.
out of breath. I'm out of breath.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, good night. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low, get low.
tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And a bit of stuff. High kicks. High kicks.
High
Okay.
kicks. All right.
Kick.
We gotta sync up, Emily.
Okay. Kick.
One, two, one, two.
Kick.
And now, towards the end. Get ready for
All right.
the
Okay,
spin.
grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone! Hey, welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canellis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Mixwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man
okay,
and woman.
I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude.
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom
That's
is not lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
You can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
you probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting, we're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah. It's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even
Liquid
your
is the
floor!
defending champion here.
Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
Liquid is the defending champion here for EAFC at EWC. Alongside Falcons and Vitality, they are the three biggest organizations battling it out for the club championship points. When we're looking at the current standings ahead of today, Falcons is sitting pretty comfortably in that top 9 spot. Bashor on that 12th, and the rest of Liquid as well as Vitality lagging behind towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Today is going to be absolutely crucial in terms of determining which one of these club championship point organizations will be able to get the most amount of points, considering that when we're looking at the other stages, they're not doing too hot either.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back to the FC26 World Championship. We are live in Paris at EWC, where 32 of the best players in the world have made it out to fight for their lives in our competition. We're still in league play. At the end of tonight, we'll be sending home 12 players. We'll also be crushing some keys. Welcome in our very special guest. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside FG and Shells. And Shells, I want to start with you. World Championship. Get a chance to crush some keys today, but also you want to avoid having your dreams crushed. What is the tension like in this venue?
This is going to be unpredictable. This is what we've been waiting for. Of course, we was meant to see some action yesterday, but we're going to see a lot more people going home today. People's careers, their future, their tournament, all the season, all the things they've hardly worked for all season long comes down to today. I can't wait to see what happens.
FG, you're dressed as a hitman. We are going to be taking people out all day. Anyone that is in your target right now, do you have anyone that you think is probably already out of the tournament?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard not to look right at the bottom of the standings, which we will see in a moment, of course. I mean, it's not looking great for the two players, Adida and Danny Pitbull, at the bottom. We'll do some working out here throughout the day. One thing's for certain, a lot is going to change in that league standing. There's players who are fighting still for a chance to get in that 24, some that can still get in the top 8, players that can come out of the top 8, come out of the 24. This is the day of action.
It's going to be a great day. And of course, if you're just joining us, this is the midway point in the tournament. We're here for the league play, and we finish in the next few hours. If you're just joining us, though, let's take a look at how it all works.
Welcome back to another FC Pro 26 World Championship at the Esports World Cup. The players have fought their way here throughout the season and are all ready to take to the pitch in the culmination of all their efforts. The first stage of the tournament will be played in a league format, meaning your classic groups are switched out with an all-out brawl where anyone can triumph. Prior to the tournament, every player has been assigned one of 6 different pools based on their seeding. Each player will then face one player at random from each pool, meaning each player will face 6 opponents during the league stage. Every win is equal to 3 points, a draw awards a single point, and a loss results in no change in points at all. Missing out on just a single point could mean the end of the road, as it's only the 8 highest scoring players who will find themselves straight through to the round of 16, while places 9 to 24 are left to fight for their lives in the knockout round playoffs. In case of a draw between any amount of players, the tiebreakers will kick in order as listed on screen. The playoffs are a high-intensity, all-cards-on-the-table, single elimination bracket. One screw-up and it's lights out and your key is getting crushed. Once the survivors of the initial round of knockout matches are found, they will face the top 8 from the league stage, continuing to be only one loss away from going out of the tournament. From here on out, it's all eyes on the prize as every player fights for their survival one matchup at a time, for that one chance to take home the $250,000 first place prize, the trophy, and the title of EAFC 26 Pro World Championship winner. See you on the pitch.
So pretty simple stuff. Over $1 million on the line. You got to make it through league play to survive. And of course, we'll be whittling down the competition single elimination bracket. FG, you were quoted at the start of day 1 that this is your favorite format you've seen yet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing I also love. It is the crushing of the keys. I mean, it is quite ruthless, but I enjoy that. But that is so fun that we get later on in the rounds where the actual player who eliminates you crushes the keys. So we're going to reignite some more rivalries here. It's going to be a fun day, but an unpredictable one.
Absolutely. And Shells, of course, there's some serious money along the way. These are the best FC players from around the globe. So let's talk about what they are fighting for. $250,000 is up for grabs if you win it all. But if you even make it out of league play, you're getting $12,500.
Yeah, of course. We look at the prize pool. I mean, the players are getting 10 grand just for making it to the event. I mean, if that was happening in my day, I would have been going home with a little smile on my face. But of course, $250,000 for the first place. That's what the players want. But of course, the trophy as well. That's what really matters.
You're playing for the trophy. You're playing for the title of best player on the planet. And of course, you're playing for your club here at EWC. Let's take a look at the huge money on the line in our club championship.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
There's so much money on the line, and you know that is adding pressure to one man in the competition. He goes by the name of MS Desari. He is the chairman of the Falcons, and the Falcons coming into this week are without a win. That is totally different from what we saw last year, gentlemen, because the Falcons in week 1 walked away with a Warzone victory. That set them up for their second club championship in a row, Shells.
Yeah, of course, but Falcons have got Anders and MS Desari, which is arguably kind of one of the best
Unfair.
combinations you can get. You got the best player in the game and then a boss who's been around the scene for many years now. Of course, they need to try and get a title win. And FC, they got a very good chance. They got Team Liquid to go up against and the Vitality Boys, but anything can happen. But they got a good chance.
Of course, the Falcons aren't the only ones looking for club championship points. Liquid is still looking for their first, FG.
Yeah, Liquid are, but they've got 5 players here in FC. So from their perspective, they have to get points in this club championship. We just saw it in the explainer then. $7 million for the organisation that wins the club championships. I mean, it's not bad at all. MS Dasari is taking matters into his own hands as well.
It's kind of a bit of a split. I'll say with the Vitality Boys, you got the home nation, the French boys, that if they can make it to Sunday, they could have a lot of support from the crowd. You got MS Dasari and Anders, who's arguably maybe the best player with Anders Vergang, but Team Liquid, they got 4 hitters where, listen, I wouldn't be complaining if I had them guys in my team.
Guys, we caught up with their biggest hitter, Manu, who, of course, won last year's championship at EWC. Here's what he had to say coming into the competition.
Right, guys, we're here at the absolutely beautiful Totem with, of course, the reigning world champion, Manu Bashoria. How does it feel to be back on this stage in all of its glory? You see your name up there.
Yeah, it feels good. Of course, seeing my name up there between all the champions gives me a lot of motivation, and hopefully I can take it into my next game that I play against Samu.
Now let's talk about the last couple of days of competition. First day went really, really well for you. Last day, not so much. You had a loss and a draw. And so what was the difference between the 2 days? How are you feeling after those 2 days of performances?
I think the second day I started off a bit worse. Got immediately, I think I lost the game at the start of against Hazards, and against Ilian, I just went up 2 goals the whole time, and in the end it was a draw. So I was really angry with myself for letting that happen. At the same time, I think I'm on 7 points now, which is still good. If I win my both games, I'll be through to the top 8, which is the main objective. So let's go for that.
Now you are 10th in the rankings right now. So what is the main focus? Is it the top 8, or is it just making sure that you secure that top 24?
Well, in this game, there's only winning and losing. You can't even play for a draw. So I can only go into the next game with the aim of winning. If we win that game, we're looking to top 8. If we lose that game, then we'll all be about making sure that the top 24 is secured. But I'm looking forward to the Samu game, trying to win and get into the top 8.
All right, Manu. Well, thank you so much. I will let you get back to those preparations. Games right around the corner. Thanks so much.
Manu versus Samu Gamer could be one to look out for. And as you can see, Team Liquid not even on our first screen. If you're looking for the leaders, well, Navi is in the front spot. You got Vitality at number 2. And AGAL out of China is holding the 3rd spot on our podium. But there's a number of huge dogs in this fight, including the Falcons at number 10. You're going to see T1 in action, of course, in a number of titles this weekend. And as we continue, boys, in the club championship rankings, you can see quite a few clubs are sitting on less than 500 point shells. You got some work to do if you're Liquid, Wolves, Fluxo, and Elite.
Yeah, but anything can change after one game, of course, of Team Liquid. They had Manu Bachor picking up an EAFC title last year, 2 years in a row for Manu Bachor. So anything can happen. Team Liquid's results can change quickly after this event.
Yeah. FG, anyone on this list you expect to climb the rankings outside of Liquid? Because we have 4 more weeks here at EWC.
I mean, you'd be silly to back against last year's winners, wouldn't you, Falcons? I mean, there's so much still to play for. If Anders Vergang does do something that many people expect him to do, and it's to win here, they'll get 1,000 points in the club championship.
Speaking of Anders, he had some tough matchups. How did he perform in the last time we saw him in league play, Shells?
Yeah, of course, Anders. We see him with Anders. I feel like the drama never stops. He's either, even when he's winning, there's drama, even when he's losing, there's drama. But he is the best player in the world, and he didn't really capitalize on day 2 of the event, but he's still in a good position for day 3 to make it into knockouts, and I'll be sure we'll be seeing Anders Vergang in the knockout round.
Ali was able to jump out to 9 points with the win over the Falcon. A huge start for that young man, and of course he wasn't the only one scoring in day 2 of league play. FG, as we take a look at some of the best moments, there's been some chirping on the stage. There's been some handshakes refused. Is the drama brewing, or is this just a normal day at the office here for FC?
I mean, you could argue we've not seen any of the drama yet. Today's going to be the day where the pressure for these players goes up an absolute load. Not only to get into the next 24, but we've got the knockouts a little later on. And that is where it's do or die in that situation. If you don't win, you're going home. We're going to see some keys crushed here in Paris.
Shells coming into this match. Nasada was leading everyone in goals. Levy Finn with 9 points of his own. This was the showdown of the day. First one to win is going to get 12 points. How did this one play out?
Yeah, Levi Finn, he managed to sit on 12 points. He's coming into the tournament as one of the best Germans. I guess maybe a lot of people looking at Anders and you look at his teammates, Levi Finn, Alian Lyon and Uma. I guess most of the spotlight is always on them, but Levi Finn has been fantastic this tournament. Sitting on 12 points in the prime position, in pole position, I think this would be a good chance for him to make a name for himself.
Was this the surprise of the day, Hezers versus Manu?
I mean, Hezers as a whole unbeaten throughout the whole tournament, so I'm not sure whether it's a surprise based on how he's been playing. He's been absolutely amazing. He's put himself in a fantastic position, currently third in the league standings. He is facing Nasada in his first match as well. We've got some incredible matchups today. Nasada, by the way, he's in 5th position, so it is 2 players in the top 8 looking to secure their spots.
Here in the SEC Rewind, you can see the big pressure was on Brees. Now, Brees had 2 draws in the opening day. That left him with just 2 points. Looking for 3 going up against Umit, who is also in our bottom 12. Both these players starting to feel the pressure of elimination shells.
Yeah, Brees last year's runner-up in the World Cup Championship, so I think he has a lot to prove for himself. He's in his home country, so he does want to do Vitality proud. You can see in the club championships how well they're doing. So Brees, he did make it to the final last year. Can he go one step further, win it all? But he has to try and redeem himself in the group stage and get himself into knockout.
FG, one of the surprises of the day, Emery, after taking down the Falcon Anders in day 1, struggling against PH Zin and crew. He's going to leave in the bottom 12.
Yeah, he's on 4 points right now, Emre Yilmaz, and he's got a game against Virgil. I mean, essentially, you could say being on 4 points, if he wins his 2 games, he ends up on 10. Does that mean top 8 has gone? Most probably. But for a man like Emre Yilmaz, I expect him to find a way today. He's got an interesting fixture. We said Virgil first, and then he's got MS Desaru. We spoke about him quite a bit at the top of the show. That is some fixture to have to get something from if he needs it.
We got to welcome a very special guest onto the show now as we take a look at our standings. It's the man sitting next to Levithan along the way. Doctor, how has this tournament been treating you so far?
I mean, we can't complain, right? With Livy, we're sitting top of the table. We have 3 players in the top 8, so good day so far, but hopefully an even better weekend.
So did you expect 12 points coming out of the opening 2 days of action, or what was kind of the goal that you've been setting for your 4 players?
I mean, I wouldn't say expecting, obviously hoping, always. Expecting, I think with Levi Finn, we go especially into the Nasada game, having history between both players, having in mind, okay, we can maybe lose this game, but compensate in the rest. But I think Levi has been exceptional, whether it's goal difference, whether it's attacking, whether it's defending. He's been really, really good, and I'm really proud of him.
FG, walk us through the standings right now because we are closing out league play with 2 more rounds. Everyone will play 2 more games. You get 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the talking point in this is Emre Yilmaz currently on 25th position, but the man beside me will be absolutely delighted. Levi Finn, we touched on him, arguably the best player here alongside Matty Bonanno, 100% record, absolutely flying. Umut as well for RB Leipzig. That is a man who's inevitable. He's been in the scene for so long. He must be a joy to work with. I want to put it towards you about RB Leipzig and the work you do away. I mean, because a lot of esports organizations, not many esports organizations take it as serious as you guys. Do you think in competitions like this, you're reaping the benefit of the hard work you do throughout the season?
Definitely. I think we have very good players that also step up when they need to. We were 1 penalty shootout and 1 game away from having 2 more players at the World Cup, so I think it just shows the level of this team. I think they all pull each other forward. If one player does good, someone else wants to do just as good. So having more than half of the roster at the World Cup is already a huge achievement.
Right.
But we're aiming for the top, obviously.
Obviously, and you already have 1 player in that top spot, so things are going well. Let's take a look at how you got to that top spot because Alihan was also sitting on 9 points. This was a showdown to find out who was going to climb to the top of the totem pole. Levy taking care of business against PH Zin, and then, of course, the battle against Ali. Walk me through these games. Do you prep for individual opponents? Are you talking to him to just play his own game? What's the strategy coming in?
I think at this level, you have to do a bit of both. It's on us as coaches to prepare the players for their opponents, and it's on us and the player themselves to bring out their best game when the time comes, and having the opponent adapt to us rather than vice versa. And I think every player so far has been able to do that.
The Night Watch, I mean, let's speak about Anders, your old teammate that used to play for your team. And of course, I guess he has a bit of a rival with Alian Lyon, the new wonder kid in RBL Leipzig. He's doing a great tournament so far. Coming from a coach's sport that used to work for Anders, what is your kind of I guess, opinion on the beef between the two? Is it a little bragging rights? Is there actually a beef between Alien? Because he seems like he's a nice kid. He just wants to get his wins and go home. But is there actually a little beef between them?
I mean, I am also at this point hugely biased for obvious reasons, but I do think there's maybe some beef, rather one-sided, I would say. But I think that's also the nature of Anders. I also don't think you get to the top without having that kind of attitude. So it's to be expected, and I think it's fun also for the viewers.
How much input do you have as a coach when things like that happen, when words are exchanged, when social media posts are posted, etc.? Do you have an impact in that? Do you sort of speak to Alian about that? I mean, I'm sure that they all thrive on it. You get the impression that they have their own feelings. I mean, when there's a lot spoken about, it motivates them a little bit extra.
I think it kind of depends on the player. Some get motivated by it, some get thrown out their game. I think Alihan is one of those that just focuses on himself. He just plays his game, scores his goals, and he does his thing, right? There's no beef, there's no ill feelings on his side, or even if there is, he doesn't show them. He's a really good kid, and there's nothing more to say to him rather than just do your thing.
He doesn't really show any emotion, like he just said, Shells. So from your perspective, if you were going up against a man who not only is known as the Wonder Kid, and he's not giving you anything back when you're trying to get in his head a little bit, what do you do?
I mean, everyone should know me. When I used to play, I used to be terrified. So if I had Anders screaming at me, I'll be pretty much in tears mid-game. I'm 27 years old, so Alien Lion, I mean, might need to take some tips from him because he does look dialed in. For such a young kid, it's like he's come here to do a job. And I think with him, with that kind of killer instinct, he can go and win it all.
I love it. When someone's barking at you, you just reply with, okay. They can't do anything about it. More frustration. You guys walked away with the win. Doing so, you are now at 12 points. What is it going to take, though, to reach the top 8? Because if you finish in the top 8 at the end of the league play, you are guaranteed top 16 in serious cash here at EWC.
I think, I don't want to say too big of a word, I think thanks to also the goal difference, we should pretty much have top 8, if not guaranteed, then at least have a lot of things need to go against us to not make it.
Right.
We're obviously aiming for the 18 points, like the #1 spot. I think it gives you huge advantage. At the same time, I've always been of the opinion, it's also good to taste losses in group stages. So when you go in knockouts, you kind of know how to deal with adversity. At the same time, at this point, Levi is experienced enough to know, okay, even if I win, even if I lose, that doesn't really change my attitude, my confidence. So I think we just play our game and just hope to continue that momentum later today.
Speaking of your game, I know you got to get ready for that. Yeah. Before you go, though, this is your camera. Go ahead and address anyone that's been supporting you and your team along the way.
I mean, at this point, it's probably the friends, the family, the Leipzig fans. So thank you for the support, and we hope to bring the title home.
Dr. Nightwatch, sorry, which doctor getting it all done? And last thing before you go, how many of your players are getting in? 2? Top 8, top 16, all the way?
4.
4, all the way.
Trusting the boys.
There we go. All right, thank you very much. I know you got to go. Dr. Nightwatch will be watching you, and Levy Finn, who is on top of the leaderboard in just a moment. Shells, though, we got to talk about some of the players who are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Biggest surprise coming into day 4 in your eyes?
I mean, I'm looking at both Oberon and Neat. I think Neat came through the play-ins, and I know him very well. He's a top player. I think he's got to play against Redlac and PA Zin. I mean, Redlac sitting on 1 point. I think for Neat, that's a good, I guess, game to start off with, just to try and, on paper, you should be winning it in terms of form. But then he's got to try and beat PA Zin, who's redeemed himself after day 2. So I think it's a big day for Neat because he can turn around. For Oberon, he's got to play Alien Line. He's sitting on 1 point. He needs a win there.
Let's talk about that. That is our PlayStation 5 story of the day. FG, 2 players to watch. Emery, Oberon, both in a struggle bus position right now. Do they both make it forward?
Yeah, I mean, well, I would like to hope so for the competitions. I mean, to have 2 big names like Oberon and Emery Ilmaz, we want to see it when we're here on the Caster's Desk. One thing to say, Emery Ilmaz on 4 points right now. He's got 2 games where I think he will get points from. So I think Oberon's got the harder task today.
Okay.
Based on where he's at. I would love to see it, and I wouldn't back against it. I mean, interestingly enough, we spoke yesterday about not having that day of play for reasons. Do you think, Shells, that has helped Oberon maybe a little bit more of a rest, you know, just to prepare a little bit more mentally, take a bit of time away from the screens for a day? Do you think that could potentially help him?
I think as a player, yeah, I think it would definitely help, especially Oberon. He had a poor day 1 and day 2, so I think everyone's allowed to have an extra day to reset. Right. And I think if things go well, you want to keep on playing. So I think for every player can use it as an advantage. But for Oberon, I think he knows he has got a job to do, and we see him associate with winning all the time. So maybe the extra day rest has helped him.
Let's take a look at some of the big matches in this one. Samu versus Manu. That's the one, of course, we're looking at in the top left. In the bottom left, you got Defonso, 2024 champ, taking on the guy that has won 4 tournaments already this year, looking to make it 5 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take that away from that for a second quickly and talk about Catcher against Milkalov.
Yes.
Because we spoke about Milkalov. He was the lowest ranked player, or he is the lowest ranked player here. He had a fantastic day one, 6 points. Lost 2 games yesterday. He's playing Alian Lion later on, and Catcher is playing Nicholas later on. They're both on 6 points right now, Shells. To get into the qualification zone, you'd say they need at least 7 points. Will they be happy with a draw? Because that last fixture for both of them could be do or die. This could be a real story point because Milkalov could be the one who gets 6 points on his first day and doesn't even make it into the top.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite hard because you don't want to really plan and think about ahead. You want to think about the games in front of you. But for Milkalov and Kasia, they're definitely looking at each other. This is a game where I'm most likely the easiest on paper to get the 3 points because they know the next matchup for them both, it could be very hard. But they want to get the job done, so why not do it in the first round?
I was looking through the numbers. Emre Yilmaz is at number 25. Remember, only the top 24 make it through out of league play. So he is on the losing side of that cutoff right now. If you win, though, he's at 4 points. He'll be at 7. That jumps him up into like 13th place, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the margins are quite high. If you get 3 points, you're off to a fantastic start. A player like Emre Yilmaz, he gets a win. He'll be relaxed. He's super confident anyway, as it is. I expect him to probably get the job done here. And the Emre Yilmaz story will probably be that he makes it to the knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just looked behind me and the stage is full. It is time to get in the games here at EWC. Continues today, too, as we get into league play with all of your favorite players.
Nobody is safe here in Paris. Lemmy David, ice in those veins.
Whoa, 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 hold on. That pass is unbelievable from Oakwood.
We're now on the day of action where we'll be seeing eliminations and players advancing to the knockout stage. I'm Ryan Pessoa, joined by my very good friend and Spanish champion, Gravison. That VT pretty much captured everything that you may have missed, but if you're joining us now on this day of action, of course, we had a technical pause yesterday that was out of our hands, but we have 6 incredible matches coming up here, Gravison, where the stakes are so high.
It seems like throughout the whole tournament, we've seen players adapt to the gameplay. We've seen them go back and forth with tactics, with players. And for me, I know we chatted about this before, Ryan. I don't see a clear favorite to win the tournament, but I feel like after today, we will have both of at least a couple of them.
It's where the players start to pull away a little bit. Obviously, we'll be seeing the first stage of the knockouts later today, but round 5 and 6 features Samu Gamer up against Manu Bachore, Brees up against Nicholas, Smoke on your screen up against the unbeaten Levi Finn, Jafonzo, 2024 EWC World Champion against Anders Vergang, FC Pro 24 World Champion. That is a massive game. Emre Yilmaz up against Virgil, Katia against Milka Love. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the action as it unfolds. You spoke about dealing with different things, Gravison. How would the players deal with forward now, bringing Giuliano there into an offensive area.
If I'm Samu Gamer, I'm happy with the draw. It's not only about getting a possible point, you're taking 2 away from Manu.
Look at the runners here. He could be punished though. Salma in on goal. Manu's got to finish it. Composure at its highest level there from Manu Bachore. Brilliant to turn back and play the pass. A lot of people would have opted for maybe a finish there. The keeper came out to close the angle. But that is why he is a world champion. Gravison, that is unbelievable.
We talk about the composure coming in from the world champions, both from Anders and Manu Bachore, and it feels like when it gets to these stages, they just trust their ability to win. As we just jump over to Jafonso against Berg, and Jafonso needs to score into this one. Goes for a low driven, saved by Iker Casillas. You can see the possession from Jafonso, 62. It makes sense when you're playing.
Hence why the stamina for Anders. And he's gesturing. We can't hear him, but clearly not happy with something.
Clearly.
When is he?
We have a question from the Twitch chat from Phantom's Place. How many points does Bonanno have at the moment? That would be 12 points, Ryan?
Yeah, Bonanno's unbeaten in this tournament. There was only a few players coming into today. That's Levifin, Bonanno, Hezes, and Umut that are unbeaten. So Bonanno, his next game is up against Paulo Neto. And last game for him today will be against Cristobal in the group stage. Let's see, can Samu Gamer respond? This would be a crucial blow for Samu Gamer here, especially when we said, you mentioned he'd be happy with a point. He could have kept possession for last attack. He didn't. He went to go forward, and Manu sussed him out.
Great defending by Maldini, but now the fullback's out of position. Will he get punished?
No. And he's gone to clear it, and it's enough to see the 3 points secured in favour of Team Liquid and Manu Bachore. A fantastic victory, which puts him on 10 points. Samu is still on 9 points. He's, of course, qualified through to the knockout stages.
Top 8 is getting tight, Ryan.
Top 8. That final round today for Samu Gamer is going to be up against Luke, who also needs points to keep his tournament alive.
And we're still on a pause on the Jafonso against Anders Bergen match. We have that game and, of course, Breeze against Nicolas. Both of them are on pause right now.
If someone told me 2 games that weren't finished out of every single one, who's involved? I'm picking Nicolas.
Nicolas one, and then I'm thinking of the second.
I'm thinking Anders, both of them.
Anders, I mean, yes. It does put this is the game, but not to talk about tactics, probably.
Let's jump into it. Where Nicolas is cruising to an extra 3 points, which puts him on 10, as you saw from the live standings before. This was the replay, Gravison. Jude Bellingham has come up clutch so many times with the finesse shot. That is why I'm telling you, the finesse shot on a centre mid or attacking midfielder is vital on this game.
I do think you need to have at least one shooting playstyle. It can be low driven if you want, but I do agree that the finesse one is just simply better. And I had the pleasure to speak with Nicolas after day 2, and he was happy with Vinicius Jr. because he told me on day 1 he was playing really poorly. You can see him assisting in here today. I'm sure Nicolas will be happy. Vinicius Jr. is assisting, scoring goals. He's turning up.
What have we said a million times? I feel like I'm a broken record with the finesse shot conversation. And it's perfect timing. Granit Xhaka has the finesse shot as the silver playstyle. That's all you need in that area, especially with precision shooting. It's going to be Jafonso, though, with this corner. He needs to get something from it. Anders is going to defend it. He could just take seconds out here by just keeping possession, which will secure the 3 points. 3 needed points, in my opinion, for Anders Bergans.
And as you can see, Mathraoui is on, Pacho is on. The subs that he made was defense because of the stamina.
Has to play it forward there. Isn't going to get there as Araujo can step in. For Jafonso now, I say for both of these players, a loss would be devastating in terms of the pressure building in that final round. Jafonso's last round is against RVP legend, who before action started today was in that top 8. he's somebody that is ruthless. You don't want to play against him at any stage of the tournament, especially when you need a win.
It feels like today he's really confident throughout the whole tournament because of the way he played. We have final result from this match. As you can see, the FC Pro World Champion back in 2024 came on top against the Esports World Champion on that same year, Ryan.
Big victory for Anders Vergang and Team Falcons. Let's jump on over to the last game as we see the final moments. It's headers and volleys around the back for Nicholas here. He's just, it's game done. Oh, sorry, for Brees, I should say, sorry. It's game done, he knows it.
I would say for Brees, he's on 5 points. He was on -1 goal difference. That's tough, -6 now.
8 points should, if 8 points doesn't get you through, I'd be stunned. That would be really unlucky, I think. It could happen though, that's the thing. But he needs to win that last game, obviously, otherwise his tournament and Team Vitality's hopes for pushing further in the tournament with Brees will be ended. But he's definitely got the ability to do it. He's shown it last year especially. But for this man right here, the Iceman, we speak about having a World Championship title to his name being the only missing piece. Could this be his year, Gravison?
It could be his year. It could be his final year. Because he said it time and time again. If he wins the World Championship, he's retiring. He's going back to Buenos Aires. He's living his life. And let's see if he's able to do it. But first things first, we're gonna go for a quick break, Ryan. And to be fair, we have some big matches coming up. So grab a drink, grab some popcorn, and we'll be back after our break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I am joined by Matthias Banana, who is currently sitting second in the standings right now. I mean, you've had a perfect week so far. So how are you feeling? You're 4 for 4. I mean, great start.
No, of course, it's a really good start, but I need to win the rest of the matches. Like, I'm not sure in the top 8, the seal, so I need to win one more.
So you think that's what you need to do to secure top 8? One more win will for sure get you in that top 8?
I think with one draw, we are safe, but just in case win, no?
The only player above you right now is Levi Finn. He's on +10 goal differential. You're on +4. Is that in your mind at all in terms of the rankings, in terms of the standings going into knockouts?
No, in my mind now is my gameplay, play better, and improve every day.
All right, Mati, we'll see if you can keep on rolling into the knockouts as well. If you can secure that win, I wish you the best of luck.
My name is Emre. I go by as Emre Yilmaz. I'm 20 years of age, and I represent Team Liquid. Last year I was really disappointed, and this year I want to do better for myself. I want to take revenge for myself and just prove the world that I can win this tournament.
As Levy de Word back up the other end here. A ball into Vitinha, a lovely first time through ball, and that is an outstanding low-driven finish.
Ego is a big thing in esports, I think, and I think it's also with underestimating your opponent. For example, when I win a tournament, I think I'm better than everyone, but it's not actually true. In my head, I'm always the underdog, but it's not true. But it's just in my head to keep like the opponent better than me, so I stay 200% focused.
Emre's found the advantage. Does he need to pass it? He does in the end.
Being professional is really hard as well, because we practice 6 to 8 hours a day, and now you need to focus only 1 or 2 hours a day. So you need to put all your focus in it, and I think if you don't do it, you're not a professional.
Speak to us as we go along here as Levy with Harry Kane. Eusebio, it falls back to him. Harry Kane's on side there, low driven. And he's turned it around.
When I'm playing my teammates, I don't really shift with mentally and ego. I just treat everyone the same. First of all, I think Netherlands are the best esports nation in EAFC. And I think when I started my career, Levi and Manu helped me really with the game, and I learned so much from them, and maybe they also learned from me, and that's how we keep it competitive, and that's why I think we are the best team in the world. I'm very proud being from the Netherlands in the scene.
As Emre Yilmaz back up the other end, that is an outrageous goal. Do not see past the way.
If I had to compare myself with the EAFC Ultimate item, I would compare myself to Jude Bellingham, because he can defend, he can attack, but I can do it, but it needs to be my day. I think I have a lot of experience on LAN events, and I think I can use that against some opponents who don't have. But still, that's not enough, and I need to show my best level.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. You can see who I have next to me here. It is Emre Yilmaz. I mean, we got a much-needed 3 points in that last round up against Virgil, 5-3 victory. So how are we feeling after that win?
Yeah, it was a much-needed win. Yeah, he's a crazy player. He was on 6 points, so if he won, he was through to the knockout stage. But I played very good. I think my best game of the 2 days, so 3 days.
Now let's talk about those last 2 days as well, because a lot of people were surprised by what the outcome was, because you weren't playing to your top potential. So what went wrong? What really didn't click day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, I think I just don't play at my best level. I don't know why, but I need to fix it if I want to come far in this tournament.
Coming into today, you are sitting in the elimination area. You're now out of that, but you do need to put in some work in this last game up against MS Dashrey. So what needs to happen in this last match for you?
Yeah, I just need to win my game, just to play good, and then everything will fall apart.
All right, well, thank you so much, Emre. I'll let you get back to it. Send it back over to the desk.
Great to hear from our top 3 players. Emery having a big win on day 1 and then a very rough day 2. He's starting off the 3rd day of league play, though, pretty strong. Let's talk about it, Shells. What did you just witness in the last hour?
I mean, what we're witnessing from Emre, he's one of the best players in the world. That's simply as we put it. I had no really fear in him. I guess we were just surprised to see him that low in the tables, but we know we still had day 3 to capitalize and redeem himself. And Emre Yilmaz, I expect nothing less. Cool, calm, collected, and he got the job done in this round.
FG is a big round, not just for Emery, for a number of players, including Manu Bashur. Where did he finish?
Yeah, Manu Bashur, a huge win for him, actually. From 7 points, he goes to 10. So you could say he will be in the knockouts pretty safely. You can say that now. It was a good performance from him. Samu Gamer as well, actually. He's only on 9 points right now, so he's actually leapfrogged him. Great round for him. Still one more round of fixtures for them both. I expect to see them both.
Just a handful of players into double-digit Shells as we take a look at the big wins, though. Nicholas and Brees in the first 10 minutes, very close. Nicholas, though, a blowout win gives him +6 on the goal differential just from that game alone. He is now starting to pull away. I believe now +13 overall.
Yeah, I think that was a big game. I was desperately, when Brees went 2-0 up, I'm thinking Brees is a very cool, calm, collected. When he's in possession, it's very hard to get the ball of him. Going 2-0 up against Nicholas, I thought he might be able to catch him off guard there. But that's a big win from Nicholas, especially from day 1. He had a disappointing start, and I think for Nicholas, he's the Iceman for a reason. He's slowly coming in and growing into the tournament. We expect to see him do well in the knockouts as well.
You mentioned Milkolov at the start of the day, and of course Levi Finn, our player who was 12 points coming in. He was on top of the leaderboard, now our first to 15.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been unbelievable, Levy Finn. I think, I mean, his performance, his score in the league standing speaks for itself. But, I mean, with regards to Milkulov, congratulations to Milkulov. He's the lowest ranked player here, and he's currently on 9 points.
Say that again. He's the what?
Lowest ranked player here. Can you believe that?
That means anyone can make it.
Performed. He has been absolutely amazing. Arguably one of the best performers here in terms of rankings. He's been amazing. He's got a massive win. His opponent, on the other hand, Catcher, he needs something, and he needs something against the Iceman Nicholas, who we just saw, like you just said, against Bryce, do so well. That is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights here from Jafonzo and Anders. I thought Jafonzo, listen, this is a great start from Jafonzo against one of the best players in the world. But Anders showing his class there, clutching up. I thought we might be getting an Anders special, potentially going into the last round. And slow going to the highlights between Brees and Nicholas. Like I said, Brees went 2-0 up, and Brees is a very possession-based player. So Nicholas to come back here shows that he's low-key playing. I know he was hating on the game on day one, but he's still got the level.
8 straight goal shells. Do you blow out opponents like that?
I'm back in my old days, but I think that happens to me now. But listen, momentum is a big thing in terms of confidence on the game. Sometimes, you know, you go into a game, for Nicholas, he's so experienced, so sometimes you can't just start off strong.
The two boys from Argentina, Bonanno and Nicholas, doing work so far. They are in your top 4 in overall points. You're looking for other players to climb the rankings. Well, Virgil had an opportunity. Yeoman shut it down. And as you mentioned in the interview, this was a huge one. 3 points denied from your opponent. He gathers them instead. FG, he is now skyrocketed into our top 16.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. Like we said, a massive result for him. I mean, let's touch on that game again, shall we, involving Nicholas? Because Bryce is in a bit of trouble now. He's on 5 points. Remember, he is in his home nation. We would love for him to be there on the main stage on Sunday for the fact that he'd bring a big following with him, I'm sure. But he's in a bit of trouble. He's got 5 points, and he's got a game against Guga Faraz, who's in fantastic form next. It's not looking great, Shells.
Yeah, but it's not looking great, but anything can happen. Round change very quickly. But going back to Milkulov, I mean, being the lowest ranked player in the tournament, I think that is he's using that to his advantage. I've been in tournaments before where I've been the underdog, or people might not know my name, or I might be looking at a newcomer and thinking I have to win that game. You can use that to your advantage because everyone will be thinking I need to get the 3 points here. And for Milkulov, he's been playing at a good level, so maybe he can carry that way into the knockouts.
Here you can see the Italian getting taken down by the youngster. Milkulov with another 3 points should be secured into our top 24. The question is, where is he going to finish in the bracket? If you look for a live update, we'll screenshot this bad boy because the numbers are officially in. Manu and Team Liquid into your top 5. You got the Falcon into your top 6, and Alihan Lion still holding on to his 9 points alongside Nasada, Samu, and Milkulov now, who are all top 10. If you're looking at the right side of your screen, you mentioned Neat might have an opportunity. Obrun really needs some win. Shells, any other players to watch?
There's who not to watch. To be fair, Marwan as well. Marwan had a disappointing day one. I think if you saw his reaction from the results, he knew he could have came out with a few wins, but he still has 2 chances to redeem himself, so I've got my eyes on him.
It is time to get into the games. Another round of action and a big one for MS Dasari versus Ilian. Both need 3 points. A draw will not help either of them. We send it over to the casters to get this one started.
Yeah, we move into the next round of the group phase here. We are getting closer and closer to finding out our final 24 that will make it through to the next stage here of the FC Pro World Championships. Brandon Smith alongside Richard Buckley for another round here. Rich, already we've just seen 6 games conclude today, and that table is shaken up. You've already had a couple of moments to have a bit of maths on it, and you're thinking already that for some players, 6 points might not be enough.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this table as it stands right now. It's the first chance of the game whistled past the post from Bonanno. There's plenty of players with 2 games left to play. You're looking at Dasari, Levy, Paolo Neto in this game right here, Cristobal, all on 6 points already. Below that, as you see the opening goal of the game, he put one wide past the post, but Paolo Neto, in classic Paolo Neto style, opens the scoring of what plans to be a very high-scoring game. There's plenty of players below 24th. I'm looking at MS Dossary, I'm looking at Brees on 5 points. If he wins, he goes to 8. More than likely, he is in. Ilian on 4 points. Kirby's back on 4 points. Luke Weisdudel on 4 points as well, alongside K1 John on 4 points. 7 points might be a bare minimum to get you in to that top 24 at this point.
Well, look, this is a new format for us as well that we used to see. And so often we come to a World Finals as the ball's bouncing around there from a corner. That's defended well by Paolo Neto, the E Libertadores champion, against the Premier League champion, on one half of them, Manchester City. Matthias Bonanno, what a tournament he's been having so far. Currently 4 wins from 4, looking to match up what Levi Finn has just been able to do. He's on maximum points with 15. No doubt they are on their way through, and also in a top 8. As I was saying, Richard, look, we saw the E-Champions League earlier this season. Same format, same number of players. There was 5 players all on 7 points during that league phase, Richard. It was the goal difference of 2.
who, in his own right, has had a pretty decent tournament so far. 7 points for Di Fernandez. This will be his second defeat. And it will also push Karimi's back into a real picture of qualification alongside Di Fernandez on what could be, Brandon, the magic key 7 points.
In that one result, they've both got equal on points. Di Fernandez on 7 points, Karim on 7. I think the goal difference will be enough to actually put Karim above Di Fernandez there as well. So,
and that's what's so important, beating the people in your sort of area. You're happy losing if, no disrespect, if you're, let's say, Danny Pitbull, you're happy losing maybe a game against Nasada earlier on in the tournament. Nasada's up the table, he's 5th right now when we last saw the live standings, but it's the games around you that you have to win. It's the games in your periphery, in your close proximity, that you simply have to be victorious, just as Luke is doing right now. This was a game that you look at before a ball's being kicked. Must win game if you're wanting to qualify.
Absolutely. If you lose that game, Rich, or even point, you're just being pulled back in, aren't you? Pulled back into the 12 players that won't be making it through to the knockout stages. But that win there puts him right back amongst it, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Up to 7 points.
And suddenly we start looking
at goal difference.
We start looking at the bare minimum, Richard, that 7 points might potentially be that number to secure you through.
Been a tough one for Adida, but I'm sure a learning experience. He's got a lot of quality. I don't think this will be his first and only World Championships. Just like that on your screen. Feels like a bit of a stake pull moving forward here. And a statement victory if it sticks here for Guga against the 2022 World Champion.
A result that puts him into the top 8 as it stands. It's not been a bad season, is it, when you look at some of the games he's won? Wins against Nicholas in the Libertadores, a win against Larry David and Hezes in the FC Pro Open to kick off the year, and then, of course, when we was first properly introduced to him back in Atlanta, when he got that ticket into the FC Pro Open.
Umut's not out of this game yet, though. If he can maybe get a goal, 87, 88 minutes on the clock, there could be an opportunity for him.
One thing he has got in his side, though, Richard, he still will be on 8 points here.
Yeah, I think he's safe on it, no matter what. Maybe the top 8 out of reach. But in terms of just qualifying through, which is the real bare minimum every player would look at and think, just top 24 is what I want to be aiming for.
You can't even have the conversation, Richard, of like, oh, I wouldn't mind playing this person then. Oh, no. It's just too impossible.
I mean, look, some of the games that you're looking at right now, if it's 9 plays 24, 10 plays 23, are mouth-watering to say the least. There
Nicely
is
done.
back, but I just think it's too little too late.
Guga Ferraz might be young, but he will not be unfamiliar to what he needs to do just to see this out with all the animations and the seconds that he can pick up from a slower start from kickoff. That's a full-time result there, and that is Umut's unbeaten record gone. As it stands, there's only 3 players left unbeaten in the competition. Hezes, Levy, Finn and Bonanno. And up next, Hezes is up against Nasada.
Absolutely. Neat against Red Light. Oberon, Alihan, Lyon. Some huge games coming your way.
At a time of just 1 minute. Important win this for Luke. As we just said, not just to get amongst those bottom 12 players, but to ensure he cements himself in the top 24. Fortunately for Adida, it will still be 0 points on the board. But that's the kind of momentum you want, especially after he didn't get to play yesterday. Players have had practice games, no doubt, Richard, but it can't quite compare to playing on the main stage here.
And look, I think for Luke, no disrespect to Adidas whatsoever, but that was a must-win game. If you're not picking up maximum 3-point haul from that game, you're probably looking at the qualification getting away from you. Big win for Luke. He does what he needs to do. And coming up after the break, some absolute crackers. We've got Nasada and Hezers, Levi David versus Abu Maka. I cannot wait. I'll be back after the break alongside Ryan Pessoa to guide you through the games.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Ilian Bushi, who just had a nail-biter of a game up against MS Doxery. It ended up 6-6, but you had a red card in the 80th minute as well. So that was quite a stressful game because you need every point that you can get this point. But how are you feeling after that match?
I feel disappointed because I think I dominated this game. I was winning until the 89 minutes, and I took the red card 82. So bad end of the game, but overall a good game, and I need to win the last game to go knockout.
Now, I have a very specific question to ask you. A lot of people say that you are the best player locker in the world at this point. So can you give everyone back home a little bit of an insight as to how you're so good at that mechanic of the game?
I think I try to improve this mechanic since she exists. So, but it's difficult. You can cancel, you can do a lot of things with that. So, but now the people know how to do. So I think it's the best mechanic with the creative run.
All right, and your last game is a must-win, of course, and it's against Abu Maka. So how do you envision that one going? What is your mindset going into it? Because we need those points.
Yeah, I need to win. If I win, I will go knockout. So I will give everything. Maybe it's my last game, maybe not. So I will give everything on this game, but I feel really good against Doxery. So I think, I hope I will do it.
All right, Ilian, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, does Ilian have what it takes in that last round to make it out of elimination?
Well, we mentioned that a draw isn't going to be good enough. A little bit worried about him as we're looking at the math. 6 points seems to be the cutoff right now, but that is without 6 more winners coming in. So, Shells, let's talk a little bit about what just happened. You said there were 2 stars we needed to call out that were on that elimination threat.
Yeah.
Who got big wins?
Yes, both the Monaco boys, the E-League 1 champions, and both Marwan and Karim winning their games. And listen, if they didn't do that, I pretty much think their tournament was done. Now, Marwan has to play Nasada in his last game. But if you want to win the World Championship, you have to beat players like Nasada. So I think these boys bouncing back in day 3 anything can happen.
FG, we're going to take a look at the updated standings. Any other standout games from that last round?
I mean, we did just see our first elimination, our first official elimination. Adida is out. He's rock bottom. He's not got a single point.
He can finish with 3.
Yeah, he can finish with 3, and it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. He's a fantastic FC player. He's here on merit. It's just not been his few days, unfortunately. He is bowing out of the competition, but as we start to see, as Casey mentioned, we have got a massive game coming up. Ilian, he just conceded late on in that game. Them extra 2 points could have been huge for him, but now it sets up a tie against Abu Maka as we roll into the highlights. Like we just said, Matthias Bonanno, by the way.
2 perfect players now, right?
He is on fire. And by the way, I did say on the first day nobody would do the perfect round, and maybe 2 of them.
Maybe 2 of them. But listen, the guys that are coming up, of course, Matthias Bonanno and Levi-Finn, they're playing out of their mind, and they're most likely going to clinch the top 8 spot. But you see like Emre Yilmaz and Anders creeping in through the knockout rounds. Imagine playing Emre Yilmaz as your first game of knockout. If I was Levi-Finn or Matthias Bonanno, I would be fuming if that was first game. But as you can see, the highlight between Guga and Umar. Guga, I guess, kind of redeemed himself. You see him at previous tournaments, it kind of feels like he's drawing a lot of games, but he's come here to this first World Championship, and he's absolutely flying. Most likely qualifying for the knockout rounds.
Guga with wins over Emery and another one now over Umit and Adida. That is going to put him into double digits. Is 10 points good enough for the top 16? Where does he finish?
Oh, I mean, I think Guga will be looking at the top 8 now as a real possibility. He's through now to the knockouts. I mean, it's just where he's placed. That top 8, I think 12 points to be certain. Maybe 11, maybe 1 on 11 shells potentially.
I think maybe one person might get lucky with 12 or maybe 11, but I think 12 will be safe. You don't get top 8 with 12, you can't really argue anything else.
At the start of the day, I thought RVP Legend was going to be a shoo, and he was coming off a massive blowout over Kareem. He scored 12 points in that game. RVP on the losing end of this battle. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, RVP going into it, he had a strong day 1 and day 2, and I think for Kareem, he started off very slow, but as you can see, the player talent in this group, in this whole tournament, anything can happen on their day. And Kareem is a top player, and I think he's trying to clutch up to claim his spot, whereas RVP, I think he's through to the knockouts, but he maybe missed out his chance on top 8.
And then, of course, MS Dasari saying last night on Twitter, I need 1 more win to make it through. He's at a draw.
Yeah, well, he still needs 1 more win to make it through. I mean, it's going to be a massive game involving him a little bit later on. We're looking at the highlights of all these games, and again, the common theme throughout the whole weekend has been goals, goals, and goals. Adida played a massive part in this game, like he has in the majority of the games for him. And I actually thought at one moment he could have got something from it, because I think the scores were level at that point. You mentioned before Kareem is back, big win for him. He's up against Virgil next, who's on 6 points. Kareem's now on 7.
Yeah, the one thing I love about this format, it feels like everyone's getting their chain snaps. As you said, DOS was playing Ilian. They're basically playing for the same spot. That draw from DOS has potentially kept him in the tournament, because look, DOS has got to play Emre Yilmaz next round. He's on 7 points. DOS is on 6. So it's like, who's going to snap their champion's chain?
Let's take a look at those upcoming games. This is the end of round 5. Remember, we have 6 rounds, 6 games for every player. This will be the 5th for this group. Danny Pitbull sitting on 0, could still finish with 6 and make it through to a Saturday. Let's take a look at some of the other big ones. We've got Obrun looking for points. Levy DeWeird looking comfortable. Hezers and Nasada, both of them are playing for big double digits here.
Well, that Obrun game is massive. We know about how important that result is. Ali Online, we've seen some fantastic performances from him. Obrun needs a win here.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. Otherwise, he will not be going through to the knockout stages. That is where we're at. Redlac as well. He needs to get a win himself as well against Neat, another tough opponent. These games mean so much, but now we're at the point in the competition where the results in this game might not just impact the 2 players playing, but the players around them.
Shell's final thoughts as we get into our group of 6 here.
I'm looking for the guys that are fighting to the death. And listen, I'm looking at Neat and Redlight. They're both on 3 and 1 point. Whoever wins is most likely going to have the only chance of making it through. This game is my highlight of the round.
We got our eyes on the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, and of course the players fighting for the top 8 to guarantee themselves a top 16 finish here at EWC. One of those players is Ali Online, and we caught up with him before the game.
I'm joined by Alihan Line, who currently has 9 points coming into today's competition. You have a fantastic start. How are we feeling, honestly, in the World Championship so far?
I'm feeling very good, and I hope to continue like this.
Now let's talk about the goals, because you've scored 28 goals coming into today's competition. You are only behind Nasada so far. So is attacking football your main goal coming into all of these games? Because I've enjoyed every second. Goals galore.
Yeah, I try to score more than my opponent. This is my goal this is my game plan.
Now, of course, we have to ask about that very important matchup that you had the other day. It was against Anders. A lot of drama in that one, but you did come out on top, and there was not a handshake from the other side. So talk to me about that one. How are you feeling after that big win?
It's good win, important points, but me, for the handshake, I don't care. It's his choice. Me, I just focus on my game.
All right, guys, he is locked in. You've heard it here from Alihan Lion. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it.
FG, a big smile on your face after that one.
I love the rivalry. He doesn't care about the lack of handshake. Maybe they might face each other a little later on. You did just mention really quickly K1 John against PHN is another massive game, Shells.
Yeah, K1 John's bottom 6 right now at 4 points. On the other side, I believe 6 points for PHN.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Anything can happen. If K1 John wins this, he goes above PHN. And we've been talking about maybe K1 John hasn't had the best tournament so far, but anything can happen. That's what we love.
We've got a Mystery Nation. We'll be teasing it a little bit later. For now, another round of games. Let's get into it.
Absolutely, Chris. The action keeps on rolling. And you just saw over your shoulder there the key cutter where people's dreams and keys are going to be crushed, because after this round, Grav, we might be in a position where mathematically players' tournaments are over and keys could be getting crushed.
We're looking at Oberon, we're looking at Redlac, we're looking at Danny Pitbull as well.
Adida mathematically now as well.
Yes.
He's only got 3 points left
Yes.
to play for.
Let's see what happens now. I do think the game that we should definitely talk about is that Levy against Abumaka. Rich,
Yeah,
how do you see that one going?
It's such a big game. When you look at the table coming into it, Abumaka 7 points, 15th. His remaining 2 games, Levi David and Ilian. Both Ilian needs points as well. As for Levi David, he's 24th right now. He's on 6 points. He plays Abumaka and then Levi Finn. The last game, a Levi Finn that has been flawless so far. This feels like the game that he has to win on 6 points, because 6 doesn't feel, Grav, when we've looked at the table, we've started doing a little bit of mental math. 6 doesn't feel safe.
No, not at all. I wouldn't like to be on 6 points coming up
right
to
now,
that last
Jafonso, PHN, Cristobal, Virgil, Levi David, Palo Neto, Kachia, all on 6. Those players are going to potentially go out on 9 if they win their last game.
Not only that, but if we look at the goal difference, Jafonso +6, PH +4, it does look like even if you get to the 6 points, you should get at least -2, 3, 4. So it's going to be tough for them.
And then below that as well, Ilian on 5 points. He plays in his last game, Abumaka. As for Marwan, he's on 5 points. He plays Nasada in his last game. Brees on 5 points. He plays Guga Ferez in his last game.
Guga, who has been on fire throughout the
Played
whole
really
season,
well.
but especially during this month, so...
Well, let's give you all the matches that are taking place in this round. We have got 6 games once again on the main stage. We just heard from Alihan Line. He's locked in, ready to go up against Oberon from Exceed. K1 John takes on PH Zin. Levi David against Abumaka. We've got Neat and Redlac. Danny Pitbull will take on Cristobal. And Nasada and Hezers in a top 8 clash. What's gone wrong for Oberon this week, Grav?
I feel like his defense has been poor, and Oberon is a really good defender throughout his whole career. And I would like to mention that game, especially against Redlac, which went 7-7. It's poor coming from him. Not only...
birthday to the coolest football player, Bertie Jeffries. Happy birthday from all our fans and family.
I'm speechless at the moment.
Incredible here at the FC Pro World Championships. Every single game is a battle. Abu Makar comes out on top against Levi David. 1 game remaining for all 36 competitors. 3 points on the line. Who's going to be going through? Who's going to be going home? We'll find out very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ginny here with Glitter over at the Kadia City Grid, where we have PUBG Battlegrounds. So the second day of finals, a lot of games happening, but what's the update in terms of club championship points and teams that are performing well?
Okay, let's break this down a little bit, because in day 2, it's going to be important heading into day 3, because the point total that is set today will determine where match point ends up being set tomorrow. That's obviously when we're going to crown a winner. However, if we're talking CC side of things, it is absolutely stacked at the top of our leaderboard right now. And let me give you a little bit of a rundown. We have VP in first place, Falcons in second place, defending champs Twisted Minds in third place, Na'Vi in fourth, but they did just get a win, so that'll probably shake it up a little bit, and then Vitality in fifth. That's not counting AGAL, who are very quiet today, but they're still also in this lobby. I mean, there's so many storylines to be following.
That sounds like a lot of updates coming through from your stage tomorrow specifically, because today these teams just have to get as many points as possible.
Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Just get points on the board today, because tomorrow, technically, depending how teams play, they could end in 2 matches. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's going to be crazy for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it, Glitter. That's it from us. We're going to keep you guys updated. See you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I have Chris DeBoer with me here on this stage. Chris, a very important win there that you just had up against Danny Pitbull, because you started round 5 in 22nd place, which is very close to that elimination. You have skyrocketed all the way up the standings as well, and you're now in the possibility of getting in that top 8. But talk to me specifically about that Danny match, because that was a must-need win.
It was a really important win. Takes off a lot of pressure in this last day. I knew if I was going to win, I was going to go through at least to the playoff match. And yeah, I was really nervous, to be honest, beforehand. Like one of my most nervous games I've ever played, I think. But I was 4-1 up in 20 minutes, and I felt like, okay, I've got this. But then at the end, I got a bit nervous again, but it was enough. I think I played well. It's a bit weird playing someone who was already on 0 points, because he was. But I tried to keep it out of my head and just play my game. And I did play it quite well, and now I'm through, and yeah.
All right, let's talk about your journey so far here in Paris. You started off day 1 with a big win against Paulinetto, 10 goals in that matchup. From there, it's been a little bit up and down, but how do you feel about your overall performance so far?
I feel really happy, especially after my Champions League campaign. I wasn't playing well, and maybe people doubted me. Now I feel like I showed that I belong here and I play well. And yeah, more to come, I hope.
More to come because your next game is up against Matias Bonanno, undefeated as well. And so if you want those eyes set on that top 8, you will have to go through him. How are you feeling about that matchup against Bonanno?
Yeah, it's a crazy run from him this far. He won every game. Yeah, I think he should see this game as a game on his own, and I think I got a pretty good chance against him, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Matias Bonanno versus Chris Sabor. That is going to be a banger of a matchup, isn't it?
Looking forward to that one, and a big win for Chris. That's 3 more points and a little bit more comfort because it's getting tight in the middle. We got Shells and FG to break down everything we just witnessed. 5 matches in the books for every player's 1 match to go. Shells, let's take a look at what we just witnessed. Big surprises?
Yeah, I guess a couple big surprises, but this is where we see the emotions coming. This is why I love this format. Every round, as it gets increases, you see the emotion from players. Redlac versus Neat. I mean, 6-6. Both of these players fought to the end, and as you can see from the reaction from them both, they was both disappointed. Redlac is unfortunately out of the tournament, but Neat survives, and he still has another chance. But another Oberon against Alien Lion. He fought to the end. Alien Lion, one of the best players, but Oberon will sadly be going home as well.
Alien Lion earning another 3 points. Oberon, is that the surprise for you of this round?
Well, I mean, Alien Lion's been in fantastic form. Unfortunately, Oberon, it's the end of the journey for him as well as it is with Danny Pitbull from that round. With regards to Neat, his goal difference might be against him a little bit. That point really didn't help him. If he'd have got a couple of extra points, he would have been in a much better position. He's on 4 points, minus 10 goal difference, but K1 John is also on the same with a minus 9 goal difference. They're both clinging on, but just about. But the story of the round is Levi David.
Yes.
He is 1 game away from potentially being out. He has been back-to-back top 4 in this competition. He's inevitable for the knockouts. Well, he might not be making it.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights between the Sada and Header. I know most of these players have already gone through to the knockouts, but talking about Levi the Weird, going into the tournament, we've always spoke about Levi. We know how good he is and what he can do, but he's always kind of hidden behind Manu Bachor and Emre Yilmaz. And like I said, he's only 1 game away from missing out on the tournament. But as you can see from the highlights here from that game, Levi the Weird's taking on Abu Maka. Levi started off 1-0 up against Abu Maka, but Abu Maka seems to equalize. But I think Levi, I don't know what it is. He doesn't seem to always click or can't seem to get all the final strings pulled together, but he still has a chance to redeem himself.
What's the age difference between these two, and what's kind of their big level tournament experience?
I think they're quite similar in age, to be honest. No, Abu Maka might be a little bit older, but Levi the Weird has been competing for the last 4 or 5 years, and he's been at the top ever since he came to the team, I believe in 21. But he just hasn't been able to repeat the success as Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor in the recent years, but he still has the talent to win it all.
Abu Maka, by the way, Saudi League champion for this season, so he's having a great season himself, and he's in a good position. That game finished 4-2. Levi David has got it all to do. That man we just heard from with Casey, he's gone a little bit under the radar a little bit. We haven't probably given him as much credit as he deserves, but he is well within a chance of getting into that top 8. Standing in his way is a man who has a 100% record, Matias Bonanno.
Alien Lion on your screen going up against Oberon. This was tight for a while, 5-5 going down to the final minute. A crucial go-ahead goal, and that is another 3 points for Alihan. As we take a look at this one, Neat and Redlock, the 2 players that could not afford a draw, both facing elimination. What do? Earn 1 point each.
If you look at it, though, Redlock was 4-1 up at one point in this game. So from Neat's perspective, it was a great comeback from him. I think both players were really disappointed. Neat going into that game, looking at the position, he needed a win there no matter what, and he didn't get it. I think we might see the end of Neat now pretty much, unless he has a fantastic game. He's got PH in next. Not an easy game at all.
I mean, for Redlac, his commiserations to him as well, and I think being 4-1 up and you let a lead like that and now your tournament's over, it's definitely going to sting for him at home. But the only UK player to make to the World Championship, he should be proud, but unfortunately his tournament is ended there.
Neat coming through the play-ins, entered this match with 3 points. He will exit the match with 4. He is minus 11 when it comes to that goal differential, as you mentioned, though. As you take a look at the big board, Levi Finn, Bonanno, the 2 perfect players. Nasada earning 3 more over Hezers, a big win there. Hezers is going to fall out of your first group into 9th. Remember, top 8, what do they get? A guaranteed top 16 finish as they get a bye through the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at this, and we're looking at that elimination bracket as it stands. Catcher has got a massive game. He's got the Iceman Nicholas next. He's on 6 points, like you see. He really does need a win in that one because it's so tight at the bottom there. There's so many players. Ilian, of course, still in with a chance. Again, another player who will need a win. He's got Abu Maka up next as well. There's so many big games here. I'm making about 5 or 6 people from that elimination zone who could still potentially sneak their way into the knockouts. That's surely where we're going to be focusing.
Yeah, and the thing about this, you can't really call it because I think goal difference will be coming into play because I thought like 7 points will be a safe bet, but nah, I think goal difference is going to be really important. For example, Bryce has to beat Guga. You know, K1 John, his goal difference is poor, so these guys have to win big in their last game.
Let's take a look at the upcoming matches for this next round. We have some big names in action once again. The ones on the elimination fight, we got Kasha, you got to look at Smolk, and of course, you just mentioned him, Bryce or Brees, however you want to pronounce it. The man representing France is sitting at just 5 points. You win here, you jump up to 8 points, and you got to think 8's going to be good enough to go through, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd think so, but you can't really commit to it. Jafonso's also in action. He's playing RVP Legend. He needs something from that game as well. A lot of players have got a lot on the line here, Shells. From a player's perspective, how hard is it to block out the fact that, I mean, we're saying that we're in the knockouts for the next stage. The beauty of this format, this is essentially a knockout round we're about to watch.
It's a knockout round, and the beauty of the thing is someone else that you're not even thinking of could save you at all times, and your opponent could already be qualified, which kind of gives them a little calming against an advantage against you, whereas you feel the pressure, you have to get a result. As you can see, you could give up last-minute goals if you're chasing the lead.
Gentlemen, it's time to tease our Mystery Nation. For those who don't know, you can earn big in-game. All you got to do is watch the broadcast and listen in for the clues. Today's Mystery Nation apparently has hosted one of the loudest clubs in Europe, especially in their home capital.
Yeah, they definitely have. The letter of the country begins with a T, shall we say. Yeah, a couple of former players from Manchester City have gone there recently to that league. Nathan Ake is now playing in that country. Hopefully that helps you a little bit.
There's a lot of good hints there. We got a great matchup. Final question for you: is RVP or is it going to be my man Jafonso moving through? Because only one of them will. 7 points and 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just don't want to draw in it. So I'm going to sit on the fence completely and not answer that because I don't know the answer to the question.
I will support my Man City teammate in Jafonso, even though RVP is very good and I think he's got a tough task against him. I think Jafonso played well against Anders. I think he's going to do it.
It's time to find out who...
Scott, that's John Scott. Please make your way to the ticket office. You have your right to
6-5 win for Luke Weideveld. That is huge for him, sorry. They will swap places. Luke will be on 10 points and Samu Gamer will be on 9. He's not won a game today, Ryan.
Yeah, not won a game since his third match, which is the context around that is he was 9 points from a possible 9. He's lost 3 on the bounce. All he had to do was win 1 out of those last 3 games and he would have got a top 8 spot. So you can see what it does to the table. It puts Samu Gamer currently 14th, and you'd expect him to drop a few more places afterwards as well because there's a few more matches to go.
Absolutely. Just to confirm, both of those players are most definitely going through to the knockout stages. Jafonzo, big chance. Adam Walton, there's the overlap. Salmo's the angle there. There's another save from the keeper, and it will be a corner.
I can't believe he didn't play that pass down the middle. Can't believe it.
Keika Nazareth plays short. Salmo, will she look to try and finesse it in or rework it round the box for a potential angle to finesse it in?
Need something here, Brandon.
Arajuelo, Keika, Luca Bacchio, Shahanoglu looking to manoeuvre around in such a small area. That's the chance for Musiala.
Wow.
It's a block from Pacho. Full-time result. That might be the end of Jafonzo's tournament. But it won't be for our VP legend. There's the celebration. He's most definitely into the knockouts. But we're not done yet, Ryan. Let's jump somewhere else. Wow, Nicholas.
No way.
He was 3-0 down. He might be on for a comeback.
These are the moments as a player, if you're catcher, you're nervous because you know your goal difference isn't great. You need to win. It's offside.
In this moment, Ryan, can you feel that momentum against you? You can feel the Iceman, and you can also feel that you've gone from 3-0 up in such a confident position.
Your knees knocking against each other as well because you know that you don't want to give it away, especially being in such a strong position against somebody as good as Nicholas. Because you know that there's going to be a time, you're not going to dominate the whole game against Nicholas. There's going to be moments where you need to make it count, and it felt like he did. So for Nicholas to turn this around so well, yeah, it's scary for Katja right now.
Well, where's this one going to end up?
Another goal would help drastically to ease those nerves. I'm nervous for him, I'll be honest.
A lot of you in the chat want updates on Brees. I don't think you want an update on Brees, I'll be honest, because he's not in a great position. He is still trailing, and by quite a few goals against Guga Faraz. Chance, Nicholas! It might be his 9th World Championship, but there's still ice in those veins. 3-3. Well, well, well. If we've learned one thing following this e-sport, you don't count out the Iceman.
No way. He can go on and win this, you know. He's going to trigger quite a few runs going forward. Look at the players he has. Vinny.
Surely not, Nicola. Surely not. Oh my, look at the panic at the back.
That's what I'm saying. I told you, the knees are knocking. You're nervous. Katja, I'm telling you, you can throw up right now. I feel sick for him.
10 minutes left, by the way. Guga Faraz 8-3. He leads against Brees.
What a win that is as well.
And the only game that is currently left that it's in a pause is Manu against Adida. 3 games have a full-time result from this first part of our final round. Nicholas is hunting for a match winner. He's hunting for a place in the final 8. A win certainly would do it for him. He'd be on 13 points.
Pass. Got away with one catcher there. I think Benny would just be telling him, just keep your cool, try your best just to take time and build a proper attack.
Well, a point for Catch, you'd probably say would be enough, Ryan. 7.
It's just the goal difference. He'd be at the bottom end of those people with 7 points.
What a turnaround, by the way. Manu Bashure, 7-5 winner. We can confirm he will be in the top 8. 13 points will be quite some number to try and beat.
He really could do it again, Brandon, you know. I'm talking about winning the whole thing.
We've got to jump games if we can. There's a full-time result there. Let's go and finish Nicholas against Katja. Congratulations to Manu. Full-time there. Let's go to it now if we can. Nicholas against Katja. Nicholas is on the hump.
No way.
Any time of 1 minute.
No way. Ref.
Was there a pull? There was.
Oh, it's...
But what can happen from here, Ryan?
Nicholas loves a free kick, if you know him. He might go for goal, you know.
Is he going to shoot from it?
He's that type of guy that just goes for goal and scores.
Çalhanoğlu
He's
for Nicholas. Shoots! Scores! Nicholas! At the death! Might just be on his way to the knockout stages in the FC Pro World Championships. Unbelievable. I know free kicks going, Ryan, but I didn't know they went in from that kind of angle.
And me and Rich always say, when you're in shooting range, power up that shot. That is dark for Katia. Was it 3-0?
3-0, Katia was leading. We thought he was on his way to the knockouts. Nicholas said no.
Wow. That's devastating, I'll be honest. That is...
Well, the headline news is this so far. Nicholas is on 13 points. Manu's on 13 points. And there's someone else who's still in a game at the moment who might be joining them. And he's only 17 years of age from Brazil. He goes by the name of Guga Ferraz.
The other side of things, though, Brandon, Team Vitality and Brees eliminated in the group stage. He was runner-up last year. I know we had to go through a different route this year, a harder task, because he didn't get the success through the regular season. Wow.
Full-time result there. 3 players on 13 points. They will join the 2 top players in this league phase in Levi Finn and Matthias Bonanno. The top 8 is looking nearly concluded, but there's still more action to come here in Paris. Don't go anywhere. The league phase continues after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Here over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have some MLBB action, and Chris is joining us to really hammer home how important this one is for Liquid to be able to get some points, because they're currently sitting on 0 points in total.
They are, but we were just having a conversation in the sense that you win one game and you are back into it. I mean, look, that's easier said than done when it comes down to EWC. The competition is very, very stiff. But MLBB still could be that game for Liquid. At this moment in time, they are in a stage where playing GSL, so you got to win 2 before you lose 2. They've already lost 1 in their very first game. They have to win back-to-back games. Their first one coming up, I was doing my pick'ems this morning on the EWC website. It was a look at that plug. The 95% win coming, 95% chance win coming through for them. So you would expect them to be able to take it absolutely. But still 2 games you got to win. The pressure starts to come on when you lose that first game. They could still go on and win the tournament from here, but they would have liked a more comfortable start than they had.
Yeah, this is definitely a very crucial week for Liquid, so we're going to keep you guys updated. I'll be coming back later today to see how they've performed. That's it from us from now, though. We'll see you around.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined on the stage by Luke, who had a very important game up against Samu Gamer end-to-end. Talk me through that last game because it was a must-needed win for you.
Yeah, it was much needed for me to go through to the knockouts. Yeah, Samu Gamer obviously a really good player, so it was a tough match. But at the end, I scored 1 goal more than him, so yeah, I win, and very happy.
Now, you're currently sitting 10th in the standings. Things could move around because we do have another round to go. But I have to ask, after day 1, you were sitting on 0 points. So what happened? How did you turn it around? Because you definitely did.
Yeah, all year long I play 4-1-4-1, so with the CDM and the 2 center mids, and it didn't work for me, just like in ECL where I didn't score that many goals, but I also didn't concede many. But here the level is, in my opinion, higher than the ECL. So I switched to 4-4-1-1 just to turn things around, to just attack a bit more. And that paid off, I think. So yeah, I'm really happy how it goes right now.
All right, well, whatever you did, it absolutely worked because it's looking like you are going through to those knockouts. But what is your mindset? Does it change at all going from league phase into knockouts? Because it is a bit of a different competition starting in a couple hours.
Yeah, obviously every loss is now killing. But I'm still unbeaten in 4-4-1-1. So let's see now. I'm just seeing the next games, and then we will see what comes. And hopefully I will win.
All right, well, knockouts right around the corner. Thank you so much to Luke. Everyone over at the desk, 4-4-1-1, are we adding that into our repertoire? Because it obviously has done a very good job for him.
I'm taking notes. Well done on the adjustment here in the final day of the league play. And FG, you are all smiles. Is that because it's time to crush some dreams?
Oh, I'm not smiling at that. I do like it, though. I do like the key crushing. But can we just take a moment to just discuss how well that man who's just spoken to Casey has done? Like she said, he lost both his games on day 1. It's amazing, this format, how it offers another opportunities for players. He's through to the knockouts. We're going to see him in action a little bit later on.
Now, I really embarrassed myself. I called Luke Levy, and ever since I did, he's been playing like our top spotted player. Just saying. May have cursed him in the right direction. Let's take a look here at our updated numbers. As you can see, Manu is going to take the final win over Adida. That is a 7-5, which is brutal because Adida, despite already being knocked out, played his heart out. The man was up 3-1 at one point in that game.
Yeah, of course, unfortunately for Adida, his tournament has come to an end. But I guess you want to end on a high. You did make it to your first World Championship, so there's something to be proud of. He's taken home $10,000, which is still a good prize money. But he wanted to try beat the world #1 because you can carry that confidence into next season.
We talked about the Jafonzo matchup. Is the loss going to cost him his spot in the bracket?
Well, we say that because we were sat here and we were stood here, so we were speaking about it last minute. Nicholas gets a free kick. That goal has changed a lot for Jafonso. It's still not in his hands, of course.
Yeah.
He's played all of his games now. We've seen it all happen. But what a goal by Nicholas. On the other side, from Catcher, that could be pretty detrimental to him. I think that means that he is out of the competition. We're waiting to confirm that when we see the league standards in a minute. But Jafonso now, he needs to watch this next round of fixtures, and he needs to hope results go his way. Now, if you put yourself in that position, it's out your hands. It's not ideal, Shells, but he's still in there. He's 22nd, as you can see. So Catcher is outside of the top 24.
Keep in mind, he has the same amount of points as Gotcha, Levy, and Smolk, right? All at 6. So it could come down to the goal differential of the final players.
But Catcher is not playing again now. He is out. That goal, Shells, from Nicholas, the Iceman, the last kick of the game. Ryan Pessoa said it on commentary. He is scary from set pieces. Well, I'll tell you what, Catcher's having nightmares because he's been knocked out because of it.
And he was leading, but once again, we've seen Nicholas coming back once again, showing his composure, and he's found another win. As soon as that free kick and I saw it was dead ball with Calahonu, I knew this could be a goal, and that has unfortunately put Catcher out the run for his money. But Jafonso, like you said, still has a chance. And these players on 6 points, their goal difference is keeping them in for now.
Players on the far right side still to go in the next round. We're going to see Marwan up to bat. Are we going to see an opportunity for him to have an epic final day of action, FG?
He's got a massive game, but unfortunately he's playing Nasada. I mean, 6th place at the minute, 12 points. He's been in absolutely fantastic form, one of the best attacking players in the scene as we roll through the highlights. This game had it all, Shells. It always goes down to the last kick of the game in this format. This is another great advert for this format.
Yeah, I mean, this format is just great. But once again, I'm going to give praise to Nicholas. He started the tournament off slow, but he seems to always fight. And when you play FC this year as well, when your opponent has a 2 or 3 goal lead, it feels like it might just be too far reach. But for Nicholas, he's found his way to claw a 3-point victory once again. And it just shows his eyes, man. He's coming to win it all this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And who else but Manu Bashore? Unbelievable. But like you said, Puckett, Adida played his part. Unfortunately, he's out of the competition. We hope to see him again on the big stage. He definitely fought his heart out. He's 3-1 up, like Puckett said. But Manu Bashore does what Manu Bashore does. He finds a way no matter what. And we will be seeing him later on.
Yeah, once again, good sportsmanship from Adida, because it's quite hard to play your last game, even though the tournament is kind of over. But he still tried his best, unfortunately, going home against Manu Bashore. But this game gets Smoke against Uma. I guess this is a big result from Smoke, because I expected Uma to take the 3 points there, and it's still giving him the chance to go through. But Uma done the job in the earlier rounds, and that's a great thing about the format. You can kind of save yourself.
Look how many goals Smog put up as well. That is going to be massive when it comes to the tiebreakers. That will be done at the end of this round. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Luke, does he make it through? Was it enough points? He seems confident.
Yeah, he's there. I mean, Luke found a way. Like we said, he lost his first 2 games in this format, and it can be a little bit of a slog when you've not got any points on the board. He's come out the other end of it. He played really well against Samu Gamer, who's also played really well throughout this.
9-point start for Samu.
Yeah.
0 for 3 on the way back.
And that's the funny thing. Things can change very quickly. And of course, we got to play the knockout games today. So if Samu Gamer doesn't seem to change things quickly, he could be going home early. After the first day 1 and day 2, we thought Samu Gamer might be one of the favorites. But this man right here, Guga Ferez, his first season at the World Championship, knocking out the last year's runner-up. This is a statement from Guga. And I think the way how he's played in this tournament so far, maybe he's showing that he can compete for the trophy.
Guga already had double digits coming into this game. On the other side, you controlled your destiny if you were Brees, the local hero. Unfortunately, not able to get it done. And same can be said for Jafonzo, Man City star player, going to fall at the hands of RVP legend, who's had his ups and downs, holds on in a strong way.
Yeah, he's done his job, and congratulations to RVP legend. He's another player who'll be very happy with where he's at. He's in the knockouts. Jafonso, on the other hand, you can see what it means to him. In that, to be in that position, I tell you what, we were shocked at that Nicholas free kick. There might have just been a little bit of a fist bump from Jafonso because he has been given an added lifeline by Nicholas there.
36 players entered the tournament. 24 will survive at the end of the day. Unfortunately for this man, his end has come a little bit earlier than expected. Let's go to the Key Crush Live. There is a look at Adidas Key. Manu given the honors as the returning EWC champion, is the first to crush one.
Yeah, this is a bit heartbreaking. It's great. I'm very fortunate enough. I haven't really experienced this before, getting my key crush, but just to solidify that you being out of the tournament.
Did you just smirk at him?
I would be doing the same thing. If I beat someone out, I would be smirking as well. But to see my key getting crushed, I'll be devastated.
A bit of added motivation for Manu. He's not only crushing the key, he has an opportunity, if he does win the tournament, or whoever does, to take, I think, 3 parts of other people's keys. I mean, Manu's done it before, and Shells, do you remember whose key he took?
I mean, I think everyone will be putting Anders in their trophy if they could, because he just causes a lot of drama.
Oh,
and he is the number 1 player in the world, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I was worried he just bent it, but that is a full-on smash, break, and shatter. Our first key destroyed here at the hands of the returning champ.
I absolutely love to see it, you know. I mean, I think the key concept here that they have at EWC is incredible. It adds to so much drama, and it also sort of makes it real that you've been eliminated. Once that sound goes and it crushes the key, it is all over. And unfortunately for a few players, it already is all over.
Any surprise to see that an American was the first one knocked out of a competition?
You know what my biggest surprise is today? Puckett so far has actually predicted every single player he thinks is going out. So before we started everything off camera, we were like, Puckett, name us your 12. You'll get a present from us if you do it, but you're actually like four down.
I'm crushing it right now. I'm crushing it right now. I'm told we got to get to an interview. Guga has scored 13 points, and he's on the floor with Case.
Right, guys, I'm with Guga Faraz, who is currently sitting 13th in the standings right now on 7 points. Guga, you have an up and down, pretty much competition so far, but how are we feeling going into the last day of the league phase?
Really confident today. We have more 2 games, so I think I'm going to win both games, so let's do each.
Now, top 8 is very, very important. What needs to be done today for you to secure that top 8? Because you're close. It's definitely possible, but what do you need to do today?
Yeah, I mean, if I win both games, I have a lot of opportunity to be in the top 8, so that's my objective today.
Well, fun fact for everyone back home, but you're actually the youngest player in the competition by 6 days. Is that on your mind at all, being the youngest player here at all?
It's nice, really exciting in the first days, but I played a lot competition this year, so I have a lot of experience, and I win now more experience to the more years, so really happy with this.
All right, Guga, well, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it.
A confident finish to his run here in the league portion of the competition, but we have a huge bracket in front of us. Guga's moving through. The question is with which seed? And you have to think he's going to have a pretty easy first round. You take a look at this next one, though. It is not an easy fight between the two men in the top left shelves, both sitting at 7 points entering this competition, just on that bubble of making it into the top 24.
And this is where it's unpredictable because goal difference can come into play. Yes, they're sitting on 7 points, which is quite comfortable, but everyone else has still got a couple games to play and things can fall very quickly. But Emma Yilmaz and Dosari will want to clinch it up right here.
I don't know really what to say about these fixtures, so I'm not going to. I'm going to speak about the Mystery Nation instead. A little bit of a clue. This team in the 2002 World Cup, the nation finished 3rd, I believe it was, if that helps anybody.
That's a high
watching at
finish.
home. I'll look out in the chat and see if anyone's got it, but I mean, I think we've given quite a few clues now.
A lot of Call of Duty pros fly there for hair plugs. Some of them earlier than they wanted to.
Teeth as well, maybe.
Teeth,
Yeah.
some veneers. Yeah, you can get some work done over there. Shout out to our Mystery Nation. Best of luck to everyone trying to score with players from that nation. For now, we got to get into the 5th round here as we get into 5 of 6. Let's go to you guys, casters. This camera.
Thank you, Puckett. Yes, we are getting closer, aren't we, to our final 24. And that top 8 is looking stacked. And I'm sure we're looking even more stacked across the next 2 rounds. Of course, we've still got 12 more games, 6 at this part of the round and 6 to conclude the game. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez, you'll know better as Gravison taking you through this one. Grav, I mean, we've just saw one hell of a round. Nicholas, you loved it in the back room. What a performance from him. He looks very much like he's going to...
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Right, guys, I am so happy to be joined by Rami Lueso. He's honestly an online expert. He's covering every single one of our leagues across the world. If you guys have a question about FC esports, this is the guy to ask it. So, Rami, you've been covering this event here in Paris, which is absolutely fantastic. Talk to me about your time here in Paris so far.
Okay, I'm so happy for being here. You know how I work on socials. You can follow me, Rami Lueso FC there. I'm covering every tournament, and as I say, I'm so happy for being here. I'm enjoying a lot the tournament, the really good matches that we are having.
All right, let's talk specifically about the tournament. Who has surprised you? Maybe you thought that they would do better and they haven't necessarily met that mark.
Okay, I would say like this is a tournament with the most amount of Italian players qualified, and some of them perhaps aren't performing. So I have to say them. Sorry for them, but I expected more from the Italian players perhaps.
All right, and on the opposite note, who has impressed you the most in the competition?
Well, you know, we're in round 5, and we have Levi Fim from Germany and Matias Bonanno from Argentina. Like, they are unbeaten, so it's crazy to perform in that way here in the big stage, so I have to mention them, of course.
Absolutely. Now, last question. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who is winning the FC Pro World Championships?
Okay, that's a really tough question. I don't know if I can say a name. You know, I'm from Argentina. So I could say Matias Bonanno or Nicolas Naina FC, but I think every player could lift that trophy, so let's see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, Rami, thank you so much. Your coverage has been absolutely fantastic. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. I am joined by MS Desari. That was a very important game. I know everyone in the crowd was just saying you got your revenge on Emre Yilmaz from the FC Pro Open, but how are you feeling because you needed that win to stay alive in the competition?
I miss this feeling a lot. I think I missed competing very badly, to be honest. I know what I'm capable of. Emre is a great player. He went from Pro Open, from a knockout game against me in extra time to the all the way to the second against Anders. So I know what I'm capable of. I think now after groups is over, I would say warm-up is done. And now it's about character, personality. And the past 2 World Cups I've played, this was first and second. So I think nobody had a high chance of podium finishes above me.
Absolutely. You love to see it. No, it's interesting. It's interesting because you're going through to those knockouts as well. You needed that win. There's a chance that you could be crushing Emre's key as well. And so that's a very fun one. I know getting that revenge. Is crushing a key mean a lot to you at the end of the day?
Crushing every liquid key means a lot for Falcons.
All right, he loves to crush a liquid key. And I do have to ask you about the club championship as well for Team Falcons. You're a player and your points are going into that point total. And so does that mean a lot to you as all of these wins are helping you at the end of the day for your club?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Neo, which is the founder of Vitality, and we're very good friends. He was just congratulating me on being able to play in the World Cup. And I was saying I want to be the guy who earned points for his team, to be like, I think I would be the first in history to be as a CEO founder who even gets points for his team. So I think that would be fun. I know what I'm capable of. Beating Emre, which is top 2, makes me obviously knows what's my level, and I'm just looking forward.
All right, MS Desari, I'll let you get back to it because more games are on the horizon for you here today. But guys, over at the desk, he loves to crush the Team Liquid keys. What are we thinking about that?
We love that call out because if you were joining us earlier in the club championships, Falcons were currently at 10th place. Liquid, well, they're down in 30th place, and Liquid so far is not going to get points from the man they were kind of banking on. He was their highest ranked player coming in. Emery is now out. FG Shells, how big of a loss is this to Liquid?
I mean, he's not quite out, I don't think.
I think there's a little chance.
There is still a little chance, but it's out of his hands completely.
Okay. So he's at 7 points?
We saw the celebrations from Neat right at the end to score a winner. Massive winner against P8 Zin. But just looking at the table, Emre is on the same points, but has better goal difference. So, a bit of an interesting one. Was that celebration in vain from Neat? I hope not for his sake. Let's take a look at the highlights. This was the game between Anders Vergang and Danny Pitbull. Anders Vergang, and I mean, they both played really, really well in this game. There was a lot of goals in this. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really change much for Danny Pitbull.
I did want to say great commentary from Brandon on this one, calling out the fact that Danny came in at bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Very bottom, 0 points, has nothing to play for. It's going nearly double digits.
Yeah, it shows the sportsmanship from him and Adida. You know, both these players didn't have the greatest tournament that they expected to have, but they wanted to give it the end, and you want to end the season high, and you don't want to just be a bad sportsmanship and throw the game away. But unlucky to Danny Pitbull, who gave Anders a run for his money. Milka Love losing to Alian Lion, who's just completely showing his dominance, and Ilian against Abu Maka. This was a tough one because I thought Ilian had it. Listen,
right, 3-0 start again.
This is a crazy bottle from Ilian, and I know he's such an emotional player. This one will be so frustrating for him because he was so close to having a chance to make it to the knockouts, and to give up a 4-0 lead, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Ilian controlled his own destiny. He entered that match with 5 points. He goes away with 0. How big of a loss is this for him, FG?
Yeah, I mean, he's out. Like you said, we're going to see his key get crushed, and that is confirmed. Ilian is no longer in the tournament. It's a massive blow for him and a massive blow for his fans here in Paris. Remember, he's representing Paris Saint-Germain. They would have brought a lot of fans here to that main stage. That game between Nasada, I mean, Nasada just was fantastic in this game. Attacking, he's been so impressive. There was a lot of goals in that one. Not the result Marwan would have wanted.
Yeah, Marwan, he nearly had a chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. And you can see the last-minute winner from there from Neat. That's helped him to give him a chance to make it to the round, to the knockouts round. That's a big result.
Let's just talk about what we're seeing here right now. We spoke about Jafonso earlier on. He's now dropped down to 23rd. He still has to get through one more round. In action in this next round, Levi David, massive story. He's going up against Levi Finn, who has the opportunity to go 100% in the league stage, whilst also knocking out a back-to-back semi-finalist in this competition in Levi David. We've also got Virgil fighting for a place. Paolo Neto's got another game as well. K1 John has got a game against D Fernandez. Taking a look at that, there are a lot of players who could be moving around, and there could be some players finding themselves eliminated without even playing.
So if you're Jafonza right now, you're trying to avoid a win from Levi David. You're trying to avoid a win from Paolo Neto. K1 John, and Virgil, of course, is right behind you right now.
Yeah. As a player, I would be terrified. I don't know if I could watch the game because my butterflies would be running my stomach. But Jafonzo has given himself a chance. That's all he needs.
And, of course, for most of those players, just a single draw would put them above Jafonzo as well. It's going to get spicy here in the final round. FG, any final thoughts on what we're about to see here as we close out league play?
I mean, the massive story is Levi David. We would never have expected him to be in this position. We're used to him getting in the knockouts. He's been back-to-back semi-finalists in this competition. He could be going out. We need a huge performance from him against the man who has not lost. He's got a 100% record. He's been perfect.
It looks like Emery, for now, is safe. But the man who is not, well, it's Ilian, and his key is about to be crushed. Let's take a look at the action. Gels, walk me through this moment, because this is brutal for the guy who's going home, and a great feeling for the man pushing the lever.
Yeah, I mean, for Abu Maka, he would not be angry at all. What a beautiful key that is, by the way. But for Ilian, it's definitely heartbreaking.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Who wouldn't be smiling? Listen, FG, if I had your key on the day, I'll be smiling. I have the biggest smile on my face. But I think for Ilian, it was just a heartbreaking loss, and you tried all year to, you worked so hard, and he was in a great position, 4-0 up. But unfortunately, Abu Maka, I mean, he's just showing his key with he's giggling as well.
Yeah, he's enjoying every moment of that, and rightly so, because I was just thinking if I had Shell's key, I'd be laughing all throughout as well.
But you'll never beat me, so that will never happen.
Yeah, well, we'll never find out, will we? Listen, one thing's for certain, Abu Maka, Saudi League champion this year, how far do you think he can go? in this tournament.
I think everyone in this competition can win it. And Abu Maka, with the Saudi support, you can see Dossary having the fans. I'm sure if Dossary and they was playing against each other, I wouldn't want to see what happens. But Abu Maka, he's a great player. He burst into the World Cup Championship a few years ago and done well there. He can win it.
Shout out to our usher, by the way, just kind of pushing around the dust at the end of that key crush. The keys are absolutely getting shattered here at FC, and we have plenty more keys to go. Final round coming up here in just a few moments. If you have star players to look at, Shells, who do you expect to move through and who has a chance to move into our top 8?
I mean, it's definitely between eyes on the Levy the Weird versus Levy Finn game and the K1 John D. Fernandez game. I mean, Levy Finn has been superb. I'm not surprised that he's not going to show his level, but Levy the Weird, I'm a big fan of him, but he has to win this game if he wants to go through. Of course, Karim is back, has a chance to go through as well. If he beats Virgil, after just seeing his teammate get eliminated in the round before, I'm sure he wants to try to redeem it for the
And Paulo Neto at 6 points playing against Oberon, who's had a terrible tournament. Is that the best chance?
He has, but Oberon also is the type of person to not want to just sit down and lose this game. He will not want to end this tournament with another defeat. It's been well below his standards, well below the standards we're used to seeing of Oberon. I think that's a game to keep an eye on. I could really see Oberon getting his first win there.
I mean, we even saw it with Adida and Danny Pitbull. They're fighting to the last breath. So I think Oberon will be doing the same. And it's Paulo Neto, he still has a job to do.
Redlock in a similar position going up against Hezers, who is playing for a spot in the top 8. It is going to get spicy. It's going to come down to goal differential. If you're looking for one player to lead this group, this lobby that we're about to have here on the stage, who's been the flashiest of our stars in this league, Shells?
Ooh, I'll probably say Levy Finn. I think Levy Finn, the goals that he's been scoring as well, I like the dribbling. He's got his kind of own distinctive play style going forward. I think I'm a big fan of Levy Finn.
Matthias Bonanno as well, by the way, has been fantastic. We haven't even touched on him right now, but he's been absolutely flawless as well as Levy Finn. That Levy Finn game is going to be quite special.
We're going to see both of those players in your top 8. They're already at 15 points guaranteed. Here's a look, though, at a man who is walking home with 0. The #1 ranked player in the world going up against Danny Pitbull for his final match. And Danny put up a great fight. It was nearly a 20-goal game. At the end, it's the Falcon walking away with a smile on his face.
Yeah, Anders, this won't be the last time we'll be seeing him smile, that's for sure. He just loves this type of stuff. And of course, the more players he can eliminate, the more keys he can crush. And listen, if he gets his hand on the trophy at the end, we're not going to see him stop smiling for
Did he have to get a little help there? Did the usher do the official crushing for him, FG?
I mean, listen, one thing's for certain, they are not easy to crush. So that machine's doing a great job. It is just a shame to see such a beautiful item get smashed to pieces. I wish I could
Can I get a little piece of that?
Just a little piece of it would be perfect. We absolutely love the EWC and what they do here. This is such an amazing feature. It adds a little bit of an edge. Maybe some future way to sort of motivate Danny Pitbull, knowing that Anders Vergang crushed his key in Paris.
Now, production, is that it for the key crushes? Do we have more going down? Because I feel like we still got to do a little bit more math before we officially send players packing. Shells, this is the final fight for a lot of people, for others like Jafonzo sitting in the seats watching this match. Have you ever been in this position? Where you are waiting for others' results to find out if you move on or not?
Yes, our good teammate and behind the scenes caster, Ryan Pessoa. We had a Club World Cup tournament where it's 2v2. We're hoping on another team to get results, and we lost on penalty shootouts. We watched the team win on penalty shootouts. It was heartbreaking. But at the end of the day, all you need is a chance. And as a fan, listen, the butterflies in the stomach, you can't recreate.
Do you speak to the person who has your destiny in their hands, or do you just leave them to it? Like, what would your approach be in this situation? For example, if you're Jafonso and you can't do anything, is there any...
Y gol de los de casa. Estalla la grada. Con el 11, Bellingham.
off. Commiserations to Virgil, a painful one. We're jumping over to this one where a miraculous comeback from Bonanno, which puts him top 18
Look at K1
points.
John D. Fernandez. 4-4.
8-8 in this game.
Chris de Boer gets one back.
But yeah, that K1 John result, that changes quite a bit because that puts Neat back into the top 24.
And look at it right there. Jafonso drops out. Neat is in.
Wow.
And Emre Yilmaz teetering on the edge. Levin Avid will jump up the table.
Oh, what a goal.
As Bonanno gets another one back. That's 9-8. What a game that is.
Chris is unhappy with the amount of kickoff goals that Matthias Bonanno has got in this game. This one, though, we're jumping over to it live. D. Fernandez pushing forward against K1 John. Coming into this game, D. Fernandez was on 7 points. He was 21st.
As D. Fernandez goes 5-4 up. He's down there in the danger zone. A win puts him in.
Win puts him comfortably in and amongst the top half of that 9-24 selection of players there. For K1 John, it means this tournament will be ending, but fortunately for his sake, this game is slightly behind the others, so he does have a bit more time to push on.
We are trying our very best. There is another game that's back underway. It's Bonanno and Chris de Boer. Let's go there for the last minutes to see our perfect player. Bonanno could be 6 wins from 6. Which is certainly a statement.
More than a statement.
Puts him into the round of 16.
Yep, the players he's defeated along the way as well. Katja, Jafonso, Milkulov, Obrun, Paulo Neto, Chris de Boer. So he's taken some big names along the way. I'm a big fan of his utilization of that roulette, though. Uses it very, very well.
Mo Salah into Vicky Lopez again. Constantly just tapping on that technical dribbling. So a little bit of the analog sprint there coming out. Beautiful from Bonanno. 10-8. Could this be his year? Flawless so far from Mr. E Premier League. Do you wonder where Ryan Pessoa's gone? He's just doing some maths.
I was just trying to
with
see.
Trying to work out the as it stands table with everything that's going on as it moment. What are you trying to figure out?
I was just seeing where it would drop Chris de Boer. I think as it stands, David would actually leapfrog him. Make some goal difference as well. I believe that would be the same for Paulo Neto too.
This is one of the last question marks we've got from the groups. K1 John or D. Fernandez. Finesse from the edge of the box. Casillas with the save. And with these full-time results from selection of our other matches coming in particular, I'm looking at Paulo Neto. I'm looking at the matchup from the back of the stage. Obviously, Bonanno now and Chris de Boer. We should start to get a better picture on absolutes, who will be placing where. Ryan Pessoa.
And that's where...
Will Neat be in? Will Jafonso be safe? These sort of questions that I know you're asking at home. That's a full-time result now.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you see, for Jafonso, he was relying on a maximum of one player below him overtaking him, and the fact that Levi David and Paulo Neto have both won, or Levi David en route to win, it would mean Jafonso and Virgil eliminated. As it stands, Neat remains in. He's the only player that has a bit of jeopardy relying on this game, because if K1 John wins, Neat is out.
Yeah, and I think these two would go through 24th, 23rd.
Wow.
A draw is enough for D. Fernandez.
Yep.
It kills K1 John's chances of going through. K1 John has to win, and he knows that. He's got 15 minutes left. His pause has been queued for a little while now. He has to go, and he has to go now. D. Fernandez Playing really nicely on the edge of the box, just ticking this clock away.
He's just sucking the life out of K1 John, the energy, because you know when you're chasing, you cue the pause. It's been about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ball ain't going out. You're starting to rush, drag players out of frustration, but he's done really well to stay composed. K1 John has, and he has an opportunity. It's onside, beautiful. Goes for the pass, but Davies cuts the passing lane.
Right place, right time for Alphonso Davies.
I think it's the right idea from K1 John, I'll be honest. I think a lot of people would have gone for that pass. It's just Davies was really quick.
Just to give you an update from Levi David and Levi Finn, and a lot of people are asking for it. Levi David 7-1 up against Levi Finn.
Good defending. Aggressive.
We're not going to go there because the story is here. Levi David's story was very simple. Win and you're in. As for K1 John and D. Fernandez, there's a few more chapters to that story.
He needs 2 goals, K1 John.
And he just takes the blatant foul to get the substitution coming on. We're going to see the full-time result very quickly from this game. That's the table as it stands right now, Ryan Pasowa. What are you thinking?
I'm just trying to work out. Abimak in 9th. If it stays like this, he will be up against Neat. It will be Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz in the first round of the knockouts. If it stays like this, the only way it changes is if K1 John wins.
And K1 John can go from 32nd to 24th if he scores 2 quick-fire goals. The other question that maybe we can't answer: where has this Levi David been the last 2 days?
Yeah, exactly. But we spoke to him yesterday, and he looked so calm.
I mean, you look at his games. He beat D. Fernandez 8-6. He lost 8-7. He beat Neat 8-5. He lost against Nasada.
Yeah.
He then lost against Abu Maka. That felt like the one to swing, where we were potentially saying there could be a little bit of jeopardy here. He's put that jeopardy to rest in emphatic fashion. Levi David will be in to play later today. The question is, will he be into tomorrow?
Yep, exactly. And that's all of Team Liquid's players through to the knockout stages. All 5 of them. Which for the club championship points, so it gives them a good potential opportunity. If a couple of them make a run in the tournament, they can get some points on the board. And it's D. Fernandez running in on goal here. There's opportunities to go across goal. He cuts inside. And he buries K1 John's World Championship campaign this season.
Any hopes and dreams or ambitions of winning the World Championship go to rest with that finish from D. Fernandez. And it's a result that D. Fernandez simply needed as well to qualify himself through. Someone find Neat. Really, really unfortunate for K1 John. It just happened to be, in the end, a middle portion of the games, Ryan, that just went away from him. 8-5, 7-2, 5-7 losses. He started the day fantastically. Ilian and Umut,
exactly.
4 points from 6.
I think that's the difficult thing to take as a player when you start so well in the tournament, where you're thinking, you know what, 4 points from a possible 6 is a very handsome return. It's just not been enough for him. It's a last-minute consolation goal there. Finesse shot from Salah, but it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it had to be a win for K1 John. A draw, I don't think, does too much in terms of the other players around these two competitors as well, and I don't believe D. Fernandez is even going to let him have a touch of the ball. The league stage has been superb once again in this 36-player format. Favourites teetering on elimination. Esports World Cup champions not going through. Fan favourites being eliminated. We lost, what, 5 of our 7 Italians
Yeah.
that came into the tournament. It has been heartbreak for Team Vitality. But where we leave the group play, 24 remain. The top 8 is finalised. When we get back after the break, knockout play will commence. See you very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
At the current club championship point standings, you might be a little worried, especially for the top 3 organizations that everybody thought were going to do well. Looking at the standings at the moment, Falcons is on 11th. Liquid does not have any points. Vitality is sitting on 2nd, but it's Na'Vi that is topping that number 1 spot with a total of 1,750 points. But fear not, because the competition is not even halfway through. Casting back to EWC 2025, Week 3, Falcons was on spot number 7. Vitality was the one in the first slot, but Liquid was 4th. Every single one of these organizations was still looking to get more than the top 1 finish, and Falcons didn't even have that one in their pockets yet. But if we all remember correctly, Falcons ended up winning on that first slot with 6 medals, Liquid placed 2nd, and Vitality placed 3rd. So the truth is, anything can happen.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Matías Bonanno, who is top of the standings. He's unbeaten 6 for 6. Mati, how are you feeling? Because you had a great last couple days, didn't you?
Of course, I'm really happy because I won all the matches, but now in important things in knockouts.
I have to ask you, when you first arrived to Paris, if someone would ask you, Mati, are you going to be top of the standings at day 4? What would you have said?
Yeah, maybe no, but the practice was really good, so a little bit I expected, but of course not. I say, yeah, I will win every match. So, I'm really good.
What worked well for you? Because I was so impressed by your attacking. All of your attack has been so stellar these last couple days. But what do you think, in your opinion, worked really well for you in your gameplay?
I think in attack, I have, I don't know, a lot of options in terms of the tactics, in terms of skills, true balls, everything. So I think it's all about the practice.
All right, and last question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot. Now being top of the standings, do you think you have what it takes to be a world champion tomorrow on that big stage?
I don't know. I work for that, of course, but I'm focused right now in round of 16.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it over to the desk. What do they think? Do they think Matías Bonanno could be a world champion tomorrow?
No, he's going to have to wait till Sunday. Bonanno definitely on fire right now, those shells. And the man, like you heard, is moving into our top 16 guaranteed. He doesn't have to play this opener round of the knockout. So if you're in his position, What are you doing from here until your next match?
I'm trying not to change anything at all. I mean, he went 6 for 6. Mateus Banano has absolutely dominated the league phase. And I think you don't want to change anything, but you don't want to get too comfortable. You don't want to get too confident because now in the knockout rounds, things are resetted. Everything's in square one. One loss, you're going home. But he needs to sustain what he's been doing because it hasn't been broken yet.
I mean, you can see just maybe slightly behind us, he's brought his family here with us, here as well to Paris. I don't know if they've had an impact because the way he's played in every single one of them games has been superb. Going into the knockouts is something completely different, like you just said.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're another player, you don't want to run into a man who's 6 from 6 in such a difficult tournament. You can see the results on the screen there. Redlac again put up a fight. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Hezers has been fantastic as well. The big result, though, the one we have to focus on, is the man who had the destiny in his own hands. He needed a win against a guy who'd won 5 games in a row. He didn't just beat him, he demolished him. 7-1 to Levy David.
Levy David is in. He controlled his own destiny, and K1 John was in a similar position, unable to accomplish his goals. His kid is going to get crushed tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the commiserations to K1 John. I thought he had a good chance to do it against D. Fernandez, but D. Fernandez needed that win himself. And Levy the Weird, that's the type of statement performance you needed to do. You're playing against Levy Finn. He was unbeaten in the tournament at the time, trying to join Mateus Banano, but he ended that. That's the type of confidence boost you kind of need for the reset in the knockout round. But even Neat, he played his game last round before. We thought he was going out. He managed to scrape his way in. I can't wait for the knockouts.
When we can, let's get the official numbers up because I saw on Wikipedia there's been some improper results being scored. I thought Neat was through. You were arguing, no, he's definitely gone. I'm with you now. I think Neat is definitely going to make it in, and K1 John is going to be on the other side. FG, any big surprises for you as we wrap up 6 rounds in the first 6 games for all of our competitors?
Well, unfortunately, a previous winner is out. Jafonzo has been knocked out. We said earlier on, he's waving to the camera. We said earlier on as we look at the league stages now that it was out of his hands. Well, I tell you what, 6 points was not enough. It probably never was going to be enough. That last-minute winner from Neat means everything to him. On the other side, also Katcha was eliminated by last kick of the game by the Iceman, who finished 5th. If you look at that top 8, Shells, realistically speaking, you've got to point to our number 6, Guga Faraz. What a tournament he's had so far. What a performance in the league stage. He's been amazing. And also, one more thing, Anders Vergang has got to play a knockout game before he can have the opportunity to play one of the top 8. He finished 10th.
Yeah, I'd like to say with Guga Faraz, throughout the season, every game I've seen him play at tournaments, it was like he was in every game, and that's a great sign as a pro player. The fact that now in the World Championships, he's turning them draws and losses into wins, it shows his dominance and how good he's really at the game. But like you said, Anders Verga not making it into the top 8, into the knockouts round, but listen.
Gentlemen, I don't know how the bracket works, but is there any chance 10 plays 23 and 9 plays 24?
Oh my gosh, I just realized. My gosh, I just realized.
Wow, we are about to see one of the most craziest knockout rounds you've ever seen.
Let's wait on the bracket officially. Before we get to that, walk me through some of the highlights. Yeah, chat, you caught on to it.
Listen, we're waiting for them knockout fixtures to be confirmed. I think you might be right, Puckett. Levy David as well. We spoke about it. 1-0 down, as you can see. Very early on, what an awful moment that was for the goalkeeper. But the thing is with Levy David is he's been in this scene for a long time. He's a very professional guy. He wouldn't really have been fazed by Levy Finn's 5 games before. He was focusing solely on that one. What a performance. He booked his place into the knockouts. You can see in the top corner, Shells, Cristobal was on fire against Mateus Banano, but Mateus Banano ended up winning.
I mean, there's a reason why the boy went 6 for 6. It just shows you kind of need to bring and be at all points of your game. And Mateus Banano, even when he's losing, he's still in control and still believes himself that he can pull the result back. And that's the type of results you kind of want to take it to the knockouts. Yes, you went 6 for 6. You was losing in your last game, but you still managed to see out the victory. And that's the type of morale boost you need in the knockouts as well.
Yeah, in terms of Redlac, it wasn't meant to be this time out in Paris. Congratulations to him and all the other players who bow out of the tournament but made it to the World Championships. From Hezer's perspective, business as usual. Great performance by him. We'll be seeing him soon in the top 8 he made it.
Yeah, with Jesus, I feel like his confidence is growing every time we've seen him in more tournaments. Like I said before, he was never really known for his defensive style. I felt like his defensive side of the game was always letting him down. Goals scored, we know he can score goals. But I feel like the last few tournaments, he's changed the way he defends, changed the way how he's keeping the ball, and I think he can really make a run to make himself a world champion.
It seems like a high-scoring meta right now.
Yeah.
Is this his time to win if there is one?
You know what? I think there's so many players that we can say that can potentially win it. I think so many players so far in this tournament have shown glimpses of being a champion, but then also shown that they're weak. Anders, for example, he's lost a couple games. Nicholas, he's losing a couple games, but he's fought back a couple games. So there's so many players where I think on their day they can win it, but why not? It can be Jesus, it can be Nasada, it can be anyone.
Virgil also with destiny in his own hands was on that 6 points, just like Jafonzo, unable to score a draw. He is going to fall at the very end. Kareem takes the 3-point win.
Yeah, Kareem was fantastic actually in that game, and he's been fantastic. He's had a great season as well. Kareem, unfortunately for Virgil, it was in his own hands. It just didn't go his way. I think sometimes probably a lot more harder to take, Shells, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to, you work so hard for this tournament. Sometimes things don't click, you know, you can prepare so well at home, things just feel good, but you can't get the results. But of course, Virgil, he went to the very end. Unfortunately, he will be going home. But once again, it's so unpredictable. This is why I love the league phase. Every result matters.
The knockouts are going to be absolutely crazy, Bucket. You know, I actually genuinely don't know where to look. We're going to see heavyweights. We're now at the point in the competition. We saw, obviously, 36. Yeah. And we were like, this 36 is very, very strong. Reminder, the likes of Neat, who just made it through last kick of the game. He got through the play-in.
Yes.
Beating Tex, a goat of the scene on a penalty shootout. He's rode his luck all the way. He's got this far. Just how far can he go?
What is better story? The way that Neat is getting into the knockout bracket, or the way that Kasha got knocked out of getting into the knockout bracket?
I think deep down Neat. I think the play-in story is superb. Same with Manu Bachor last year. He came through the play-in and ended up being a champion. I think if you do that, you went through the grit, you went through the grind. So if you can pull that off, I think it's a crazy achievement. But yeah, for Katya, was just a heartbreaking loss. From a free kick from the side as well, it was tough.
Production's gone silent, which means they're probably preparing that bracket and double checking it with all the admins, as they should.
I think there's a few keys to be cut as well, which is happening, which we will update you with. But there's also a Mystery Nation bucket.
There is a Mystery Nation. And Shells, for those who don't know, what is going on with the Mystery Nation? Why should everyone in the chat take part?
Because you can get easy and good objectives and packs from it, but FG, do you want to give the clue?
Am I going to reveal the Mystery Nation now? We'll wait for the go-ahead. We gave you clues earlier on. They finished third in the 2002 World Cup. They've got players playing in their league now that have moved to the Premier League.
Liverpool fans have a historic Champions League night in one of the cities.
Yeah, in one of the cities, as do Manchester City, a Rodri winner in their city as well.
Quite recently, yeah.
The national team is nicknamed the Crescent Stars.
Yep.
I wouldn't even know.
For those who know about the Crescent Stars.
I genuinely wouldn't have known that, so that probably doesn't help, but I'm pretty sure we can.
You can Google it, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, if you haven't got the answer already, feel free to put it in the chat. We will reveal it to you very, very soon.
Share it with your friends. We want you all to win at home. Shout out to everyone who's been tuning in since the start of league play. We just concluded 6 games for each player. We're about to crush 12 keys. And, of course, the final 24 are playing for the $250,000 and title of EWC champion. Shells, I asked you at the start of the show, who is in the herd? Who is in the GOAT conversation? And did they all make it through the early portion of this competition?
I think they all made it through, actually.
Yeah, you would say that.
They all made it through. Anders Vergang, I think, is obviously the main guy we're going to have to talk about. I know he hates us talking about, but he loves it, really. Listen, I'm a bit scared for everyone else. Because he didn't make it through the top 8, he has to play an extra round in a knockout round. Now, I know there's early predictions that might be Emre Yilmaz, and now I wouldn't be able to call that one. But if Anders gets hot there, in a knockout where everything's reset, this could be his tournament once again. But of course, Nicholas is still in the conversation. MS Desari, the king of the jungle, he's back, and I think he can win it. Imagine a CEO versus their own player in the final. I wouldn't mind that.
We've got one of our EWC champions out. Jafonzo, 2024 winner here, is now gone. Manu's still in the mix. Anders still in the mix. Do you have a favorite, FG?
You know what, right? I would love Levy DeVee to win it.
Yeah?
He's been back-to-back top 4. He's an amazing person off the stage and stuff, as are a lot of these players. It'd be a really nice story for him. It's hard to look past Anders Vergang like we always do. There's something really, really special about him because I feel like he finds it really difficult to motivate himself in league stages when he knows that there's still a knockout. When this man gets to the knockouts,
he needs that pressure.
Yeah, there is an air of inevitability with him.
Nah, I don't think he finds it. I just think when he loses in the groups or the league phases, he just uses that as, I don't really care about this, because you know what? He backs it up with the trophies. Yeah. So I think he can use that against it, because really and truly, it matters in the knockouts, and you can't argue with his resume because the guy brings trophies.
But we've got serial winners here, by the way, as well, in this. We've not even mentioned Abu Makr, the Saudi League champion. He went there against Dasari, who finished runners-up in Saudi this season. He's won something. Nasada's had an incredible
Banano,
season.
EPL champion, 6-6.
Banano's won the EPL. We've got the Ligue 1 winners there as well. It's crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket.
I'm told it's ready. We filled long enough, and here we have it official for you. Round of 24 is going to see all of your competitors that were just outside of that top 8, and there we have it. Shells, where are you looking for all those on their cell phone? Where do we need to zoom in?
This bottom right side of the bracket is wicked.
That Falcon versus that pony from Liquid?
And then look at even the round of 16, we got Manu Bachor and Nasada waiting. The people that's named on that side of the bracket alone. We got Levy the Weird play D Fernandez, okay, but Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. Winner plays Manu Bachor.
Now, does this mean that Levy would also run into the winner of Emery or Manu? Are we looking at Liquid just knocking each other out before the semis?
Yeah, this is a nightmare situation if you're Liquid. If you're a neutral and you're watching this, Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang, the reignition of another rivalry. There is a big rivalry between those two players. I'm looking at the other side at the top left, and you're looking at P8's in Samu Gamer.
Yep.
And you're looking at where Matthias Bonanno is, round of 16.
Yeah.
He'll be really confident to make it through to Sunday. That Samu Gamer P8 Zin game, the person who plays Matthias Bonanno, I mean, either way, it's going to be fireworks. Samu's been in great form. P8 Zin, of course. It's another South American clash between the two. It'll be full of emotion. There'll be loads going on. That is going to be
Shells, as we take a look at the bracket, who has the strongest region right now in FC?
I mean, I might be biased. I think the European boys, there's something about us. I think there's too many. But the South Americans, I do think I have a little bit of sauce about them. You see Gugo Ferrez and Bonanno, Nicholas, they can always make a run for the tournament trophies. But I think the European boys do have that little bit of an advantage.
If we're looking at this, we have to, by the way, off camera, get your predictions, Puckett, 100%. We definitely do. 100% get it for sure. If we're looking at this, who do you think is your favourite to make it through to the round of 16?
I think Nicholas is smiling, right? He's like, I play Kareem or I play the very bottom-ranked player in this tournament. At the top side of it, I'm like, Hezers, I'm not really too worried about Neat. Abu, of course, was looking ferocious on day 2. I think I want to be Nicholas right now in the bracket.
Yeah, if I'm on the left-hand side of the play as a pro player, I'm not saying any of these guys are beatable or easy opponents, but I would rather be on that left-hand side of the bracket. And if you are there, I think you got a chance to win the trophy.
Here's a look at our keys being crushed as the first one is getting dialed in. Who is doing the honors? Walk me through these plays, guys.
Yeah, Levy Finn there crushing a key. I mean, I'm not being funny. These keys are beautiful.
Yeah,
can we not
really,
just have them?
Can I just, is
rather
there a
than
spare one
ruin them?
around?
They are absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, you get your key crushed if you've got no place to play in this tournament, and we're going to get rid of 12 keys here, Puckett.
Now, of course, you will choose 3 opponents' keys to put into your trophy if you win it here at EWC. It's an excellent way to celebrate not only your victory, but the downfall of your opponents. And the big names, is Levy Finn going to be one to gun after?
Yeah, I think Levy Finn will. I don't think people really want to crush his key, but we have the chance of maybe crushing 3 of the GOAT's key that's in the debate. So if I'm Levy Finn and the rest of the guys, if I'm going to be putting Dasari, Anders, and Manu Bachor, even Nicholas if you want. Imagine having those 3 in your trophy. That's a little bit of a bragging right that you can take forever.
We talked about Paulo sitting on 6 points. He had the opportunity to lock into the top 24. He does so. And what's his reward?
Yeah, he's crushing the key of Oberon now, actually, as well. So that's another huge name who we're losing here in Paris. Thinking about that bracket again as we see these keys getting crushed, we are about to see some of the best matchups we've seen arguably all year. That Anders Vergang Emre Yilmaz game has everything. Shells, if you had to pick a winner in that one.
Is that 2 top 3 seeds playing each other in the opening round?
Yeah, because Emre Yilmaz has got so much more to offer. We haven't seen the real Emre Yilmaz. I feel like he needed to just find a way through. He's done that. This could be a game for the ages.
And I don't know if you guys remember, Emre Yilmaz and Anders played a game earlier this season I think it was like Euros or something else. It was one of the highest levels of FC I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that we're getting this at the World Championship, this is what we're talking about. And this should be a final type of game.
Gentlemen, I just scrolled back. They played each other day one, their second match. It was 8-7.
Yeah.
Every time they play against each other, I'm telling you, it's great FC. They're literally going at each other, highest level of skill. And even throughout the season, they've been competing. But Anders, he has got the trophies to back up, but I think Emre could maybe ruin his dreams right here.
Massive win here for Kareem as he's able to secure his spot in the top 24, able to crush the key of Virgil, and it is all smiles for the young man who knows he is moving on, at least to the second half of this day.
Yeah, I think for Kareem, he had a disappointing day one and day two, of course, with his teammate Marwan at Monaco, but he managed to redeem himself, got the wins he needed, and then puts himself in the knockout bracket. And that's all you need to give yourself a chance to put your hands on a trophy. He is still smiling because he's not going home yet.
Yeah, if we're looking at Kareem as well, of course, E-League and champion.
Yeah,
we haven't mentioned that enough. This man has won his domestic league this season.
Who did he take down in that E-League as well?
But this is what I'm saying. So this is where we're looking now. Of course, there's rivalries being reignited all throughout. I'm wondering if we can just take one more look at the bracket when we get a chance, just so we can dissect it whilst we've got a bit of time. Because, mate, I'm looking at this and there's so many possibilities. There is a real possibility of a new champion based on this bracket as we take a look at it now. Because, Shells, if we're looking at it and let's just focus solely on, for example, the round of 16 players. If you've got yourself to a round of 16 this time, you're going to be really confident to make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, of course, because you skip around. But I just feel sorry for Manu Bachor and Nasada, to be honest, because Manu Bachor potentially playing against his teammate no matter when he's going to go through, because he could be playing against Emre Yilmaz or Anders. If he wins then he could be playing against Levi de Weerdt. The Team Liquid fans, I am so sorry, because you do have Paulo Neto at the top, but you would love to spread out your teammates. But I'm just looking at that left-hand side.
Yeah.
I think if I was a player in that situation, you could talk about MS Desari, Bonanno, Levi Finn, even Nicholas. In my head, I'm thinking I could actually get to a final. And it's not because any of these players are bad, but you just look at that bottom right-hand side of the bracket, even looking at Ali and Lion at the top of the upper side, that is a war zone on that right-hand side.
We saw earlier on this week, we saw a rivalry between Anders Vergang and his previous team RB Leipzig. Well, I tell you what, if MS Desari goes through, he faces Levi Finn from RB Leipzig, so maybe he can do Anders a little favour with that one. Also, the lowest ranked player here, Milkalov.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at his side, that game against Kareem is back based on how he's been playing. He will be confident to go through. I'm waiting for him. It's the Iceman.
Yeah, but even his loss against Anders Vergang in the group stages, Milkalov, he's probably shut everyone up in this competition. No one probably would expect him to get this far, but he's managed to put himself into the knockout round. And against Kareem's back, anything can happen. But once again, I got to reiterate, if Anders makes it through those two games against Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor, he will be on a heater. His confidence will be through the roof, and if he makes through there, be careful. I'll be so scared for you.
We heard the Falcons fans earlier for MS Desari as well. He plays Cristobal in that first round. Thoughts on this one? Is Desari the favorite?
You know what it is? You have to sort of back for Desari maybe because of where he's been at.
He beat him in the league phase.
He's been incredible though. Yeah, he's been incredible, Cristobal. But something about MS Desari. Imagine if he does it one more time.
And I think he's going to have the crowd support behind him. And MS Desari, he's too cool. He's been doing this for years. He's a veteran in the scene.
Of course, we've got a lot more FC around the corner. For now, we're going to a quick break. We have more keys to crush and special interviews live from the desk as our players take 45 minutes before they return to the stage. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hi guys, Hazers here.
Hello guys, I'm Kacha.
Hello, I'm Nasara.
So today we are gonna play the power rankings, but not of skill, but of aura. So let's see.
So we start with Danny Pitbull. Oi, oi, oi.
He's my friend, so I cannot start with
Honestly,
him. You start.
bro, he has aura.
I agree, he has.
Yeah, but not that much.
Bro, every time when he scores last minute against me, bro, in Pro Open, he screamed crazy, bro.
Also in
Aura.
Serie A, he screamed crazy.
Yes,
but
bro.
just scream is not aura.
But bro,
just
he's
scream
like
is not aura.
pushing everybody. He's
I agree with Nasara.
I would say A.
I will say A, but I have to tell you one thing. For me, aura is when you play someone and you are scared of him.
Yeah, that's
But
another
A.
thing.
No,
That's
it's
A.
a clearly A. Sorry, I just...
say,
sorry.
I said that it's A.
Easy. Abo.
Okay.
He lost really bad last year.
I will go for C.
For me, it's B. You pick.
I would say C too.
Okay, so it's C. That's why Jafonso.
Bro, he's world champion.
World champion, huh?
I will go for A.
We'll go B.
I would say B too.
Never. Never.
Yes.
Chris, so you pick this, okay? Because he disagree with us, no?
Yeah, Lucho.
I will go for D.
What do you think?
He's a young player, I don't know.
I think he tilts too much. People who tilt so much can
So
have a
much
lot of
aura.
aura. No, no. If he goes really angry, you know, never compose a lot.
You think it's minus aura?
I'm sorry, yes.
No, bro.
No, I'm sorry.
For
Yeah. What
I
you,
would
what
say-
I will say D anyway.
you too?
I would go with C.
I go D as well.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris. I will go for S.
The GOAT.
He's even doing the shush, bro, in this picture. He's,
I will go
he's
for S.
S.
We don't have
Bro,
to talk
even
about this.
only without like seeing him, just the name he has aura.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course.
But Tex too, bro.
Honestly, S. Big S.
For me, Tex is S too.
Yeah.
Easy. No doubt.
Yeah,
S.
doubt.
easy,
S.
S.
I agree.
Okay. No doubt.
Breeze.
I want to
Run up. Run up last year.
Too friendly.
Yeah, too friendly, you know? Don't be serious guy.
B or C.
I agree, you're B or C, you pick.
For me, it's same of you, but I will
What
go
are you
for
looking?
C.
You were looking E, eh?
No,
You
I
were
will go
looking
for
E. You were looking E.
Whoa, Manu, bro. Two-time world champion, bro.
I will go for A.
I would say A too. He has aura, but S, Anders, and Tex are like...
Shame on you. Manu, I'm sorry. Manu, I'm sorry. For me, you are here.
I will explain. He was too respectful.
Nice way to say
Yeah,
sorry.
he's too respectful to have aura. I
It's a
agree.
nice way to say sorry. Yeah, yeah, it's a nice
A
way
is
to say
good.
sorry.
Bro, honestly, for me, Livy is S too.
S.
For me,
Easy.
it's A. But
S because
Even
he
though he's
plays-
not a world champion,
Bro, he scored 90 minutes.
anyway, I agree. But
S,
yeah, I agree.
S.
Okay.
I agree. I agree that it's cold.
Nico.
Now Nico.
S.
S.
Go S.
Yes.
No doubt. It's cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Same.
Honestly,
Same
I
as
think
Lev,
we
no?
have a good ranking. Only Chris could be C, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I will
We have
keep
to
it.
put someone like...
No, I will
Bro,
keep
in
it.
this picture, he looks too young too.
That's true. But I stay with this.
This is a key. And just like every single one of the players here at the competition, I get to get one. Not because I actually won anything, but because it's really important to demonstrate the actual value of having one and being able to hold on to it for the entirety of the competition. Because you get to put it up in the totem. And to me, that is super exciting. So let's see what that's like. This is absolutely incredible. Wait, the view is great up here. So now this is the totem. We have our keys. Imagine being the winner, getting on this platform, having the fans cheering for you, and all you got to do is grab it and slot it right into where you won.
Before we rate the other, and after we rate ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, so we start with you. So, am I scared to play Lucho Edzers? Let me think.
Only Nassada can say no.
No.
Because he beat me every time.
We don't talk about player level. So you are friendly. In match, you have no aura, bro.
I don't agree.
I think the nickname has aura.
The nickname a
Ezos
lot.
has aura.
A lot.
Nickname has aura.
I think
it's between B and C, in my opinion. No, you don't think anything.
I would say it's between
Wait.
B and A, so let's agree with B.
B. Okay. So Edzers is here for us.
Never.
B.
What do you think for
Bro, you are
for
with
yourself?
Jafonso, he's world champion, please.
Yeah.
I think that if someone see my name is like it's scared.
So put
S is
yourself.
too
I'm
much.
cold. Like
Look at the S, look at the S, bro.
Can I-
Also, Oblum
But
doesn't
you are too
scream.
funny, bro.
People think think bad about me. They don't know me.
He's not a good guy.
He
Yeah, he's
know.
not a good
He
guy.
know.
He's not a good.
You're a bad guy?
Yes.
Because someone don't
It
ask me
looks funny.
thing.
For you, it's funny.
Because people don't ask me things, but like I always saying the truth of things.
So you put yourself in S.
Yes, 100%.
But we agree B.
We agreed on B.
I don't care.
We don't believe you.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
Bro, he beat me twice this season, so I can't say anything.
So?
I would say C. With Brees and Abu Bakr.
I
But old man aura B, maybe.
But I respect it. I'm not like, whoa, I don't care, I won't
But
care.
I'm like this. What I have to do?
It's fine for
But
me.
where would you rank yourself?
I rank C. It's between B and C.
I would
Then
say
you
B
think.
and C too, but C in the end.
So we go next.
Asada.
Now me, bro.
It's real first season, we must say that.
Bro, I told you what I mean for Aura. For me, it's between S and A. It's cold.
It is too much in game.
It's cold.
When you see him punching the desk,
But
you
bro,
think
It's
yes,
aura.
aura.
It's aura. It's aura. Yeah.
In DBL, I raged. I was
Honestly.
punching the tape and I won it.
Honestly,
Yeah, but it's
bro,
not aura.
For me, it's aura. It's when Djokovic destroyed Racket. That's aura because he's angry on himself. He know that he's the best and wants to win. That's
You know
aura.
ball, bro. You know ball.
We
You
know.
No way, no way.
That's aura.
It's
That's
no
aura.
control of emotion. It's no aura.
But angry also can help you in playing
Bro,
better.
Anders is tilting every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
but he's the GOAT.
No, yeah. I will put you here or here.
A, yeah, come on, A. I say A, so we don't make any more polemic with you. A.
I respect you.
What you
I
think?
respect it. With the two-time world champion and one.
You sign it, huh?
I sign it.
You sign it.
Perfect, bro. I'm fine with this.
You have to rate them from 1 to 4 in aura. The S.
The S is Nico for me.
No, first is Anders.
For me, it's Nico.
No, first is Anders, bro. For how long is he playing? He won every single tournament this year. Every single tournament he won.
Okay,
it.
but
every
when-
single.
but
He's world
when you
champion,
make
club world
somebody
champion, Champions
coming
League winner,
out-
two-time Pro Open winner. What he won everything.
Okay, but when they say Nicolas, and Nicolas walk on the stage.
Yeah, but he has aura. I'm not saying, bro.
More
he's
than
on S.
Anders.
He's on. No, bro. Anders.
For me, yes. What do you think?
I can tell you one thing. I think it's Anders because I have the feeling that someone that play with the pressure that he plays,
that's true.
It's something unbelievable what
That's
he
true.
does.
That's
so
crazy, bro.
I will go for Anders first, Nico second, Levi third, Tex fourth.
100%. I agree with that.
At this point, I will say that it's over. It was great. They don't have too much clue, but I mean, what should we do? We go next.
Yeah, we go next. I hope you enjoyed.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the FC 26 World Championship, and we just whittled down the field from 36 competitors to 24. There's only one thing to do before we say goodbye to those players, and that, of course, is to crush their keys. To do so, we have a very smiley Shells. Shells, do you think you'll get the honors to ever, crush someone's key here at EWC?
I wouldn't want to do that. But listen, I was here. If I was here competing, and I'm crushing someone's key, that means I'm doing a good job in the corner.
What would your approach be, though, Shells? Because he is a very nice man, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I feel like he would be the most nicest key crusher around, whereas if it was me, I'd love to do it.
Now, I'll try 360 no-scope it and just have some fun with it or something.
Yeah, maybe buckets.
My favorite has been some of the COD guys who just stare you in the eyes while they crush your key. We'll see if anyone is diabolical, as we have a few of the players getting ready to go to work over there behind us. 2 stages. We're full of players. We're starting to whittle it down. What's coming up for anyone who's just joining the stream, Shells?
I mean, we're finding out GOAT debates. We're going to find out who's going to get knocked out. Team Liquid, if they're going to survive. But I just can't get over this first round of the knockouts. Anders Vergang versus Emre Yilmaz. Number 1 versus number 3. But I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the best games we're ever going to see.
Tournament resumes in just 10 minutes and 30 seconds. We put 45 minutes on the clock. That's for the players to take a break, reset, watch any VOD they need, and of course, take a breath. FG, do you think they're taking advantage of that time? Or is everyone just still locked in? Because that was a crazy way to finish to find out who's moving in.
I mean, if you won your last games, I don't think you really need a break. If you've had a bit of a hard time, maybe you do need a break. The mental tax it'll have on these players, especially the likes of Levi David, who knew they had to give their all in that last game, they might welcome the break a little bit, Shells. Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of these players will want to get straight back into it, won't they?
Yeah, I think it depends how you qualified. So, for example, Neat, he scored a last-minute winner. He had to hope on some other people's results to fall his way. If I'm him, I would like a little break. But maybe Levi the Weird, where I think he's been a bit disappointed in himself. I think he knows he's got a point to prove. And that last win against Levy Finn, that's the type of morale boost you want to take it to the knockouts and try and start your tournament as fast as you can.
We'll have plenty of time to dive into this bracket, but first I want to revisit our league stage. Reminder, what was at stake? If you finished in the top 8, one of those green positions on the far left, you are guaranteed a top 16 finish at EWC 26. Bonanno, #1 performer, the only one to go a perfect 6-0, is my player to watch. If you're looking out for some other big names, I feel like Levy Finn was red hot up until that final match. And then, of course, we've had some players sneaking in on the final day. A guy like Neat, who had to come all the way through the play-ins, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the beauty of this format as a whole. We had a last chance qualifier. We had some play-ins before the main tournament kicked off. And Neat knocked out one of the greatest in the scene. Arguably one of the GOATs, Tex, in a penalty shootout. Remember, last year's winner came through the play-ins as well, Manu Bashore. We're going to see him in action as well. As expected, he finished 7th. The big talking point, though, is that massive fixture, 10th against 23rd. Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. And Emre Yilmaz, that will have a point to prove. He's so professional, Shells, that this won't matter anymore. He would have got this league stage out of his sort of mind, and this is all that matters. The chance to get yourself in the round of 16, for Emre's perspective, to face a very good friend, another teammate in Manu Bashore. But look at that round of 16, Alihan Lyon. We've not spoken about him much. He did beat Anders Vergang at some point. They could potentially meet, I think, in the semi-finals if they both get there. He's got a really, really good opportunity.
Yeah, even for like Nassad and Ali Lion, where we was talking about more of them in the start of the tournament, it's just, I've seen glimpses of all these players where I think, ooh, they could win it. But I think for Anders and Emre, what they have to their advantage, they've arguably got the hardest brackets I've ever seen. Whoever makes it out of them two, they're going to have that confidence. And if you beat the next round, Manu Bachor, you're going to be flying with confidence. If you beat Nasada, Levi DeWitt, or D. Fernandez, you're going to be flying with confidence. And if you can carry that to the final, anyone on the other side of the bracket will be absolutely terrified.
We got a very special guest joining us here in just a moment. FG, though, as I'm taking a look through this one more time, who do you think has the toughest quadrant? Bottom right seems to be the easy call out. If it's not bottom right, what is the second hardest?
Well, it is bottom right. I mean, there is no easy games in this bracket, but I am looking at the likes of Matthias Bonanno and thinking, well, okay, I could potentially play P8 in and Samu Gamer, of course. 2 very difficult games. Then you look at the other section and you think, I've got a good chance. He's on a roll, remember. He's completely undefeated, as you can see on my right-hand side.
The tallest content creator in all of FC.
You know what? When I found out you were coming, Denman, I tried to swap places with Shells, but they didn't let me. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you in Paris. How are you finding it so far?
I'm happy to be here, man. I need to speak about that knockout bracket. I know you've been speaking about it. That's crazy. No, I'm seeing Falcons versus Liquid, literally first round, kicking things off. It's a blockbuster. It's going to be sick.
As soon as I saw that 10 and 23, my old bracket brain started ticking, and I was like, oh, crap, that's happening in the first round. Impact of this first round. If you're Emre and you pull off the upset, are you now fired up, or are you exhausted after that battle?
Oh, to be completely honest with you, there's no better game to kickstart a knockout bracket than up against the current world champion, someone who you've had many battles with throughout the season as well. So it's going to be sick. I think whoever goes through that game, it wouldn't surprise me if they go all the way, because it is literally the confidence booster you need. Don't get me wrong, it's a tough one to start off with.
It was a 15-goal game last time, and it went in favor of Emery, but that was the last time he won a game. He finishes just on 7 points. He is going to be a player to watch out in Knockout Shell. So big storylines for you. What have you guys been enjoying? Because every time I come back, the 3 of you are just chatting it up out here.
Yeah, I mean, we've known Demon for a long time. And for Emre, I think he got into the knockouts round, and they're all so experienced. Once you get to this situation, everything resets. So you don't want to take in, you're not thinking about your form in the group stages, and he did beat Anders in the group stages. So, I mean, he should have that confidence, but anything can happen. But Demon, I want to speak to you about the English players. Of course, you'll be representing them and working with them alongside. We only had one of the guys here, Red Lack. Of course, he had a disappointing tournament from his standing. But what do you think maybe the English side and the UK sides are maybe lacking compared to other nations, such as maybe Argentina? They got Banana and Nicholas, the Germans, Nasada. It's like, what do you think maybe the UK sides are lacking?
I mean, when we look at the English and the UK sides, we say we've got Tex, we've got Stingray,
but they're not here. But they're not here.
That is true. That is
I love
very
them
true.
guys, but they're not here.
That is true. I think there's multiple factors. There's a lot of things which the English players and UK players would say as well. I think mentality could be one of them, which I think some people do admit themselves as well. But I think alongside that as well, opportunity. I think a lot of grassroots stuff. It'd be nice to see more grassroots things coming through for young players as well to be discovered. Some more esports teams in the UK as well to get discovered. But alongside that as well, as we see, Hez is just holding up Redlack's key as we speak about Redlack, and he's about to crush that.
Is it true that Hezers is the nicest guy in this competition?
Oh, he's incredible. You just want to give him a massive cuddle and a squeeze whenever you see him. Like, he's such a great guy. I don't know if you want to see this crushed before I carry on.
I was going to say, can we get a tight on Hezer's face? Is there a smirk? Is there a smile?
No, he feels bad, Hezers.
Yeah, he
He's a
feels
great
so
guy.
bad, 100%.
Denman, a question for you then, based on the English players, because you mentioned, of course, Stingray's not here either. Will you potentially see, or I know you're involved in England gaming, are you potentially looking at other potential leagues for English players to play in to maximise the amount of players that are making it to these competitions? Because, of course, you've got the E-Premier League. Manchester City have won that numerous times in a row. They invest heavily in the esports. From an English player's perspective, would they not be looking at going down a different route, like Redlack did, being successful in their leagues and making ways here through other routes?
To be honest with you, that's just a brilliant question, because I was going to touch on that before we started to see the keys getting crushed. I've just floated his ego there. He's paid me to say that. But yeah, I think leagues is such a big thing as well, because you do look at some of the other leagues like E-Liga, and it runs for such a long time. Bundesliga as well runs for a long time. And I think for players, they just want to be playing the game at the highest level for as long as possible. And I think a lot of the English players, Shells can obviously say this as well, because he's played and he still does play as well. There's nothing better than just consistently being in competition, playing, staying hot. And you do notice it when you come to these tournaments, when you do match up against a French player or a player who's come from another country that's played in like the French League, Bundesliga, you notice they're just hot, they're on fire. So yeah, if I was an English player, don't get me wrong, I love the Premier League, I love what it's all about, but hey, it's good to dip your toes in another league sometimes and try that experience.
It looks like they just threw another 10 minutes on the clock. So while we're waiting for that to tick down, can you tell me about your opinion? Who has had the strongest region since the start of FC, and who is at the top right now in 2026?
The strongest region in FC. Hey, I'm always going to back my EU West boys, because obviously the UK are in there. I think historically we've had some brilliant players come out of EU West from the French side of things, especially from the UK side of things, and Spain as well back in the day. They were absolutely brilliant. But I will say the South Americans over the last few years have always been brilliant. You always know when you play against a South American player, they're going to give you a game regardless, whether it's a massive name or whether it's somebody who's coming through like Guga as well, who's been absolutely incredible.
I think with the South Americans, though, they bring that little passion, the Vamos and stuff. That really, I think that really gets to the EU guys. I think the EU guys are more chilled. You see the Dutch and the UK, they maybe keep themselves to themselves. You come against a Brazilian and Argentinian, they're just screaming every time they score, and I think that really gets to their opponent.
I didn't even mention the Dutch as well. I feel like I'm doing a massive disservice to them. Like,
you mean Team Liquid?
Team Liquid, literally.
The Holland boys, I would say in country, the Holland boys, you can't really argue with Emre Yilmaz, Levi de Weerd, and Manu Bachor. I think them three, it'll be a hard three to try and beat.
But even then, we mentioned the Dutch, you're looking at Chris de Boer here as well. You're looking at Luke as well, like, who've obviously both won. Sorry, I'm not sure if Luke's won a Cash Cup, but Chris won a Cash Cup last year as well, and Luke's always there and thereabouts. So there is a lot of talent coming from there as well.
And also the amount of work they put in it, the Dutch guys. We spoke to Renzo, we have done numerous times on either broadcast that we do. The amount of work they put in it, is that something that you guys take inspiration from? Of course, you're involved in sort of the more international scene now, working with England Gaming, doing some great work there. But the long-term goal, when you're up against the likes of the Dutch, they are super, super strong. How do you prepare? And then do you sort of take their blueprint and try and take it towards what you're doing at England?
Well, I see it, whenever you see these teams, the big teams like your Man Cities, your Leipzigs, your Liquids, your Falcons, they all follow a similar blueprint. They all care about their players a massive amount, but you see them all together. There's a massive cohesion between the teams, like all the coaches chiming in, helping individual players and stuff. It isn't separated. They're all together and they work so hard. But also, a lot of them have performance coaches. They try and find them extra 1%, which make the difference. A lot of people don't think it does, but it really does. If you can improve I remember seeing on Twitter a couple of years ago, Nico ended up having a performance coach who like improved like his reactions by like quite an impressive amount, and they're the kind of things which the best players do to find the margins, you know. And yeah, I think that's one which I definitely recommend players to do, to look after themselves outside of the game, and you'll reap the benefits inside of the game. Of course, you've got to be good at the game. You won't see me going to the gym and end up beating Anders Verjgang on a World Cup stage, but you know what I mean.
Speaking of Nikos, Nicholas was one of the cool stories of this tournament so far. He, of course, started off red hot, ended with a draw, frustrated after that. But then today, he seals the deal on Kasha with a game-ending kick. What did you see from the Iceman, and how long has he been bringing that kind of ice to his game?
Well, I mean, what I saw from the Iceman is exactly what you expect to get from Nico. I think the art of it is it doesn't matter about how you start. It's such a cliche. It's literally about how you finish.
Yeah.
And he will take a lot of confidence from that. But the thing is with Nico, he's not a player who really needs confidence. He just knows it. He's going to perform at a higher level. And I think when it comes to the knockouts, that's where we'll see the true Nico.
When you can see that free kick from a coach's perspective in the last minute, of course, it's from a tight angle, but I was sat next to Shells, and straight away Shells says he scored.
It's in.
A goal.
I knew it.
Yeah, it's 100% a goal. When you concede that from a coach's perspective, is that something you're trying to stop your players from conceding? Because it's late on in the game, he's hanging on. You know, that is the free kick that essentially has knocked him out of the competition. Is there any way to stop it, maybe with the forming of your wall, your goalkeeper movement? Or is it just a case of he's got dead ball, it's inevitable, it's going in? Because, like I said, before he'd lined it up, Shells had already called it was going in.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think a lot of the time people do try and put blockers in place, whether it's like a couple of extra men in the wall alongside somebody on the line, move the keeper across in previous FCs and stuff. But yeah, I think especially when you do have some people who are so good at taking free kicks like Nico as well. Like if it was anybody else, I'd probably sit there and say, yeah, put someone on the wall, stick someone else in the line, and you're probably stopping it from going in.
What makes him so good at that, though?
Oh, I don't know.
He puts the hours in it. I've known Nico and players like Redlac, for example. Redlac won the EMLS from a set piece. These are some of the things where players don't really see much of, or maybe think, I'm not going to put that much time into it. I was one of those guys. Corners, come on, man. Let me focus on through balls and skill moves and stuff like that. But this is what can separate the difference from the best and winning a trophy. And I think for Nicholas, he is a complete player. And that set piece alone, I mean, I would have tried to make him score the other side personally, just because I think that's more harder to score for a player. But Nicholas is one of the best in the world.
Is that the Falcons getting rowdy behind us?
It absolutely is. I mean, no surprise. They've been making loads of noise. Abu Maka's getting ready to face Neat as well. The games are going to be starting very, very soon. It's Knockout FC now, Puck. This is serious. We have to obviously get a prediction. Mr. Denman.
Can we bring up the bracket one more time? Let's grill our Denman.
Let's grill him. He's very, very good with his knowledge in the scene. You are the man to beat at the minute, Puckett, because you were fantastic in your predictions. JD, looking at this.
Am I going one by one?
Yeah, let's start top left.
Go on.
PH Sin versus Samu. What do you got for me?
You know what? I'm going to back Samu because I think just he's been incredible the last few years. Like he's come through and really shown what he's capable of. And I think it's one of those tournaments where like that bracket could potentially open up for him as well, especially if he gets through PH in and then Banana. I mean, you never know what could happen. Obviously, Banana's going to be hard to get through and PH in, but you know what? Sometimes it's just your tournament, and Samu's shown enough to prove that he can go all the way.
And I can see behind us, Abu Maka and Neat are setting up also on the stage.
Abu Maka's a hard player to play against. I really, really like Neat, but I'm going to go with Abu Maka on this one.
Over on the second stage, MS Dasari will be facing off against Chris de Boer.
So it's either go against the crowd or support Nick, who is the coach of obviously England. Right, let me have a look.
You can say it quietly if you want.
I love Chris.
Okay.
I'm going to go with M. Dasari.
And then Kareem versus Milkalov, our lowest ranked player.
I'm actually going to go with Kareem here. I think he's had a really good E-League win season with AS Monaco and obviously his teammate. So yeah, I'm going to go Kareem. I like the passion he brings as well. He's a flair player. He looks good.
You know what? I mean, you'd be silly to back against it. Let's go to if we were to go to the other side, RVP legend Umut. That's an interesting game because Umut is always there or thereabouts. RVP's done really, really well. I'd see that one going.
For me personally, it's a coin flip because when RVP turns it on, you can't defend him. But at the same time, like, Umut is incredible.
I've got a question for you, Demon, quickly. Yeah. See on the left-hand side bracket, I already said it. If I'm a player, I think this could be my chance for my final. From a coach's point, what would you maybe tell your player? Because you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We're not on that bottom right side. We have a chance to maybe become World Cup champion. What would you maybe tell your player?
Honestly, like, I think the best mentality is just one game at a time. Because if you look too far down the end of the bracket, you might sit there and think, like, oh, if we win that, we play against him. Bro, focus on the game which you got in front of you first and see what happens. But you are right. If you're looking at that bracket, especially us sat here, you're thinking, yo, this might be my only chance.
Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang. We can't let you get away with that one. We'll leave the Di Fernandez one as well.
Thing is, if I say Emre right now and Anders hears that, he's DMing me on Instagram. Just loads of rubbish.
Final question for you. You, of course, volunteered your time to come up here. So how can we pay you back for all the people that are headed to a commercial break? Where should they head to follow you and all of your content?
Yeah, just follow me, Denman, on all socials, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all them good stuff. And how you can pay me back? these boys can buy me something later.
There we go. We'll find you after the show. In the meantime, we got to head to a short break. When we come back, I have a feeling the Falcons are going to start flying high. They're getting loud here in Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
TFT finals are taking place today, but there's a little bit more nuance to that. So Trosh joining me to give us an update as to what we can expect and what's happening for the club championship points.
Well, we're in the third, fourth playoffs at the moment, so it's AGL versus Flash Wolves. So big swinger here, it's 500 points or 300 points, depending on who gets the victory. So AGL, being in 16 games across the Esports World Cup, kind of desperate to get these points on the board because they're going to be a real contender in the future weeks. Coming up just after this, though, is Team Vision versus Aurora Gaming for first and second place. So getting those 1,000 points on the board will be absolutely huge for Team Vision mainly, just because this is the last game they're going to be competing in the Esports World Cup. So they've got to get that lasting score. They want to try and stay up towards the later portions of the Esports World Cup, and that 1,000 points will go a long way.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. Pretty insightful, especially for AJL and how that ties in with the rest of the club championship points. That's it from us over here. We'll see you around.
What is up, guys? So I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been having interviews over here in this space. This is actually the EAFC Fan Festival, and I'm going to test out my skills. We got dribbling, passing. We're going to test my shot speed as well. Let's see if I can get a high score. So the stats are in. My Ultimate Team card has officially arrived, and honestly, I'm pretty proud of it. 96 overall. We got 95 defending, 95 dribbling. So if you guys are here in Paris, come check out the EAFC Fan Festival. Try to beat my high score. Good luck.
I think we have time to play other games outside EAFC. Yeah, for example, in summer, or maybe if you don't reach a tournament, you have a lot of time to play other game.
I don't really play other games besides EAFC, to be honest. I used to, but I just kind of stopped when I really got competitive into EAFC.
My all-time favorite PlayStation game, I think God of War. I played every single one from PlayStation 2 to now PS5, so I love it.
Once I will say God of War Ragnarok, the last one. I like to play it. It was a good adventure.
Well, my favorite PlayStation game, of course, it's EAFC. Like it's my passion. I love football. It's also my job.
No, I love trophy hunting, but it depends if it's really hard or it's just a hard like a unit time. But sometimes I can go for the platinum, and sometimes I will stay with the silver one.
Honestly, to hunt the trophies in all the games is not like my priority. I just like to enjoy the game, play, just follow the story, and that's it. Even in EAFC, I don't have a platinum trophy, so.
When I'm about to walk out on the stage, I think only to the game, to give all my life to this game, like it will be the last game of my career. My feeling right now is nervous, but also chill, because I know my quality and I'm here to win. I'm creating plays in my mind, but I don't want to think much about it. I just want to play. I don't care about my opponents. I know my quality, and I know if I play well, I win. My reach before the game is like joining the mood of the game, don't eat, and stay focused. When my name is called, obviously I feel amazing. I feel happy because it's my dream. Let's go, no fear.
Well, this is it. The knockout stages have finally arrived here in Paris after a lengthy 4 days of action. 36 players came here to Paris as part of the FC Pro World Championships with one dream: just make it to the knockouts. That was the dream after 6 long rounds of group phase. Now, 24 remain, 12 players eliminated, but after this round, 8 more players will leave the competition. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez taking you through just 4 of these first round games. But Grav, what a bracket, what a knockout bracket. All eyes, no doubt, are on Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. Not in a final, in a round of 24.
I mean, that lower part of the bracket is just something else. Anders against Emre Yilmaz, and then Manu Bashar waiting for one of them. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in there. But not only that, in case whoever gets out on top of that bracket, which is going to be a hard task, should play against the winner between Nasada, Levy, or T. Fernandez. That part of the bracket is crazy. I'm going just nuts thinking about it. But first things first, we gotta go to the higher part of the bracket. And to be fair, Brandon, I might leave you in here, and I might go to join the Team Falcon fans, because MS Dosari is playing in the World Championship again, as we can see.
Well, 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 where do we start this round of 24 journey, Grav? MS Dosari against Chris de Boer sounds like the perfect starter. Abu Maka taking on Neat. These are just some of the first knockout games. PH in against Samu game, but they've never played a competitive game before. How about that in the FC Pro World Championships? And Karim is back against Milka Love. I mean, there's so much history between these games, but this is the game that's got the most history, because they played a few days ago.
They did. And who came out on top, Brandon?
MS Dosari, 4-3. And you can't quite see it, but in the corner of our stage, in front of this game here, there's the player, there's the first finesse of the game. It's teed around the post and out for a corner. MS Dosari has regrouped every...
your character, you need some mercy. Cause when you're moving so fast, then these days just fly past. It's like you're struggling to end me. It's been a month, so don't ask, and I pray we don't crash. It's like you're juggling sincerely. Still, stay in your character, you need some mercy. We running on this treadmill like it's Groundhog Day, but we're gonna need some mercy cause we found no grace to keep up. Trying to see us on the team, blockage on every single route that we talk, so keep up. I got no time for how my head feels, bursting all these egg seals, moving rapidly across these dead seas. I got no time for how my head feels, bursting all these egg seals, moving rapidly across these dead seas. Another day, another dollar on this treadmill. Got no time to tell you how my head feels. Nobody wants to live forever, but I'm there still. Stay in your character, you need some mercy. Cause when you're moving so fast, then these days just fly past. It's like you're struggling to end me. It's been a month, so don't ask, and I pray we don't crash. It's like you're juggling sincerely. Nobody wants to live forever, but I'm there still. Stay in your character, you need some mercy.
Dasari 10. Yeah, you are reading this right. 10 goals scored against Chris de Boer. This has been the performance of the knockout so far. The 2018 world champion, the king of the jungle. There was question marks over, has he still got it? By God, he has. Unbelievable. He ain't done yet either. 11-2. MS Dasari's on his way through to the next stage of the knockouts.
The king of the jungle is back.
What's happened to those hands? They've got better. Unbelievable scenes. Samu Gamer through, Abu Maka through, MS Dasari through, and Milka Love through, but still to come after this break. Anders Vergang, Emre Yilmaz in a knockout game. It's up next after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I'm Chris, my gamer tag is Chris de Boer, my normal name as well, and I represent AFC Ajax. Well, I'm a 19-year-old who just lost football, to be honest, and I used to play it a lot when I was young, and then when the pandemic hit, I just started to play a lot of EAFC, and now I'm here in the Esports World Cup. A lot of people maybe wouldn't say I'm the most stereotypical gamer, but yeah, it's kind of who I am. I like to play and compete, but on the other hand, I also am just a guy who likes to go out, do social things, and yeah, just a fun guy to be around, I think. If I were to be an EAFC Ultimate card, it would probably be Frankie de Jong, I think. The way he plays, really good on the ball, just really has good vision of the whole pitch. Football IQ, I think that's kind of where I'm good at. The December Cup in 2024 was huge for me. It was a huge change in my perspective on me as an esports player. I was still a rookie in that second season of mine, and then that tournament came, and I beat Jafonso, who was the world champion the year before, in the lead up to winning the tournament in the quarterfinals, I believe, and that kind of gave me the feeling I was actually really good at this and I could compete at the highest level. And I think that was the starting point of where I felt like, okay, I'm gonna really take this serious and take my chances here. Well, how this early elimination last year impacted me was more so being happy I qualified, and afterwards I played the world champion Manu Bachor in the first game, and in the second game I played my Levi de Weert, also my teammate. Of course I lost against Manu Bachor the first game. I was 4-2 up in minute 70. I played actually really well, but then the last 20 minutes I kind of choked. Then like an hour after I had to play Levy. It was hard to get mentally back up after that game, after that first loss. And Levy is also my teammate, and I rate him really highly, and he played amazing. I didn't play my level.
So it's Levy defeats. Plays it inside again. Corner comes in. Time clean. Levy, lovely. Extra pass that makes all the difference.
When I was eliminated, I felt like disappointed, of course, but also felt like, especially looking further in the tournament, seeing them progress to the final and the semi-final was like, if I were to lose against my teammates and against the number 1 and number 3 of this tournament. They're the worst people to lose to, but yeah, it still hurts, of course. For tournaments like this, like EWC, it's the biggest tournament for us. I think now I can really have that experience and take that within me during the games. Well, you're never going to a tournament not to win the tournament, but if I'm realistic, I just want to show myself at my best level and see where I come out. But of course, I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm gonna play for second place. Of course, you want to win the tournament, it's your dream. So let's say that's my goal.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited for this interview because we are speaking to the lowest ranked player coming into this competition, and he has just qualified for the round of 16 after that win versus Kareem. Talk to me about that match because you absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think I started really bad in the matchup. I was 2-0 down in the first 50 minutes, I think. But I feel like from that point, I played so much better, and in the end, it's deserved, I think.
Now let's talk more about that league phase as well. Your matchmaking was so tough. You had to go against Matthias Bonanno, Anders, Alihan as well. So talk to me how you feel about the entirety of the league phase.
Yeah, I think I had a really good day 1 where I got 6 out of 6. But on the second day, I knew it would be tough because like Bonanno and Anders obviously are one of the best in the competition. And yeah, against Bonanno, I still played good, I think. I think I lost by 1. But against Anders, I was really unsatisfied. And yeah, but in the end, I managed to get 9 points, and yeah.
Now talk to me as well, being the lowest ranked player in the competition, people didn't know what to expect, and you were exceeding everyone's expectations. So does that put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder? You had a little bit to prove there, being the lowest ranked player?
To be honest, I don't really care about that because I had that same role at VBA as well because it was my first time qualifying for the grand final there. And obviously everyone thinks that I am not the favorite for any game, but people that plays against me know that I have the level, and yeah, I proved that now.
You absolutely proved that, and you're gonna have to prove that up against Nicholas next round. So how are you thinking about that matchup?
Yeah, for me, Nicholas is maybe top 3 in this game right now from what I've seen in practice, but yeah, I don't know. I just play my game. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. Let's see.
All right, well, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Milka Love, are we just loving his gameplay?
I'm a big fan of this man. He came in with the lowest rank, but he did not play that way. He made it through leagues, and now he's into the top 16. We got FG and Shells to break everything down. Guys, I'm here on Wikipedia. He's got total earnings $13,655. He's already guaranteed $12,500 after that win, Shells.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about him is actually his attitude about it. That interview right there, even just like doesn't seem too phased if he wins or loses. He believes in himself, which is the main thing about it. But I think he's got the right attitude because all the pressure is on his opponents. He is the lowest ranked seeded player, so he should use that to his advantage. And who knows, if he wins this whole thing, I'm sure his prize money will be doubled.
He's not the only one with big wins in this round. We hear all kinds of noise from some Falcons fans here in Paris. The FC fans are out and they are loud, FG.
Yeah, the Falcons fans are here. They made loads of noise for MS Desari and he answered. What a performance by him.
11 goals.
Only the 11 goals, double figures. And up next for the Falcons fans is Anders Vergang. They've been making so much noise, making this arena a bit of a cauldron for him. Someone like Anders absolutely relishes that. You can hear them in the background making noise as well. When the games kick off, you won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Stage managers had to go over there and quiet them down just so we could do an interview. I think we just let them rip.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you made it out here to watch some FC, you deserve to be loud, and we want to hear you all night long. Let's take a look here at some of our standings, where we're at after league play, and what we have in front of us now that we are into the 9 knockout bracket. Remember, the top 8 performers got that bye straight into the round of 16. Everyone else having to play through after we whittled down our first 12 competitors.
Yeah, so now, of course, the people in the round 24, I would like to say, if you made it to the round of 16, you do have a little bit of an advantage. You're a bit warm. You've just come off a game. So the guys that have been waiting in the round of 16, yes, you got to skip around, but you've been sitting cold for half an hour, 45 minutes, which can come into play, but there's a reason why they made it into the top 8, because these guys have been sensational in the tournament so far.
FG, we see PH Zin now out. Neat is now out. Yeah. We're going to see MS Dossary and Abu Maka making their way through. Saudi Arabia, well represented in this tournament.
Yeah, no surprise, really. They put so much into esports. They've done fantastically. Abu Maka again. I mean, we're talking so much about MS Dossary and the Falcons, but Abu Maka is the current Saudi League champion. It'll be interesting to see whether them two go up against each other at one point within the bracket. We've got our round of 16 from the left-hand side. Some incredible games to come. If you look over to the other side, the right-hand side, I assure you, it's not 0-0 in any of them games. They're just games we're about to see. That round of 24, there's only one fixture we're focusing on at the bottom.
There's 3 horses, but the biggest one has the biggest fight against the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, Emre Yilmaz, I think all eyes on this game for both of them. I think for both players, there's a lot at stake here, but Emre Yilmaz knows he's got a job to do, even to defend his Team Liquid boys, because they don't want the Anders coming through against them.
Big shout out to everyone who made it out to Paris, and of course everyone who's been tuning in online. We have a mystery nation. They are not represented in this round, but we have more clues coming for you. Hair plugs, some special players, and of course the Crescent Stars. It starts with a letter T and it's from Europe. In the meantime, we gotta go to the stage for another round of action. This is your top 24 playing in to the round of 16.
Well, here you go. It's all kicking off, I'll be honest. So we're just filming a short bit for the official EWC channels, Chris. So here we go. We are underway, and what a game it's going to be. Richard Buckley joined alongside Ryan Pessoa. I was a little bit taken aback, but I'm not going to be taken aback by this upcoming set of fixtures, Ryan, because we are in for some absolute crackers.
Yeah, I think we'll save. Well, I was going to say save the best till last, but he's on camera. Anders Vergang up against Emre Yilmaz. It feels like these two are always up against each other in important moments of tournaments in the more recent seasons. Paolo Neto, he's got a big game up against Luke. RVP legend we saw on the camera as well. He's playing against Umut. And D. Fernandez up against Levi De Veer. That is a huge matchup as well.
I've seen a lot of people asking in the Twitch chat at home and wanting to find out a few more clues on the Mystery Nation. Well, I can reveal one to you now. Arda Güler and Hakan Çalhanoğlu represent this country. If that doesn't give it away, I don't know what will. Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. We only saw him in action 2 days ago. It was maybe the longest game we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of drama.
At the FC Pro World Championships. Well, that's not the only game that we're going to be covering, because another cracking match taking place on the stage. Umut against RVP legend. Just so many titles, so much prize money, so many accolades on the main stage. I mean, Umut, I'll be completely honest, those last couple of results, especially the smoke game.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Just a strange end to the day for him, wasn't it?
Bit of a mixed bag, because he started off so well. He was unbeaten coming into today. So he had a lot of expectation on his shoulders. And his Vergang, if you missed their recent matchup a few days ago, there was drama towards the end of it, and he didn't end up shaking Emre Yilmaz's hand again, which has been a common theme for Anders.
You're probably wondering, how is this even a first round knockout game? Well, really, you have to put the blame on Emre Yilmaz for this. They're first and second in the world on the FC Pro World Rankings, but when you look at this particular tournament, Emre Yilmaz finished 22nd in the group stage. That was 3 losses, MS Dossary, PH Zin and Guga Faraz, but he beat this man 8 goals to 7. You've got a massive smile on your face, Ryan.
Honestly, I can't wait for this game.
1 versus 2 in the world rankings. Only one will go through here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Do you know what's upsetting for me? It's just that this came too early in the knockouts for me, but look at the first chance could have come Anders' way. You'll see the club championship points on the screen there. Team Falcons 600 points as it stands. They'll be hoping that Anders and all Sorry can go far in this tournament to help get some more points on the board. And for Team Liquid, they need to get going.
and they've got a lot of opportunities to do so here.
Absolutely. Anders Gevergan kicking from left to right. Emre Yilmaz from right to left in that blue strip. We will be keeping you up to date with the other matches as they do transpire here. RVP legend Umut, as we mentioned. Rook versus Paulo Neto, and Di Fernandez taking on another Team Liquid player, Levi David. Chance here for Emre Yilmaz, the finish.
City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
How did you do that? I have no idea.
If my train goes off the track, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. The choice is watch me spin like this. Watch it, I swing it like that. Because it's that, or the air, not a track. Gotta go, be a lady like that. And I can't leave that to the back.
Welcome to the grounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. I am joined by Anders Verjgang, who just got his revenge over Emre Yilmaz in a 9-2 victory. We have to talk about it. You had a match earlier in the leagues phase. You got the match. You got the job done here. How great does it feel?
I mean, to be honest, it's like no surprise. I kind of knew it, as I said, the whole time I'm betting group stage, and it meant a lot for them to beat me in group stage. But everyone always knows how it's gonna go in KO, and now I'm gonna play Bachoa, and if I'm gonna play on this level, then he's the next one going home.
We have to talk about the difference in how you play between group stage, league figs, and a knockout stage. What is it? What is the difference? Because the Anders that we just saw there was not who we've seen the last 3 days.
I don't really know. Of course, it would be better if I could play like this every time, but I'm a human, it's not possible, and I know how to play in these like important tournaments in long formats, like at 5 days. I don't have to play good the first 3 days, I'll still go through easy. That's the difference with them. Like when they play bad, he's like number 23, almost going out. Now he go out anyway, but it's fine. I was there to play against him, and I think I don't know if I played better than I expected, but he was definitely worse than I expected, even though they keep surprising me how bad they are when it matters. But yeah, it has been the same story the whole year. I'm bad when it does matter, I'm good when it matters, and that's the like way to get trophies, and everybody knows that. And I think my trophy cabinet is aware of that. Like I know how to win trophies, and as I said, if I'm gonna play like this, then I'm also gonna lift the trophy tomorrow evening.
All right, well, looking forward as well, you have Manu Bashore. I mean, let's talk about the bracket in general. Nasada could be lurking right after that Manu Bashore match. It's a difficult bracket, isn't it?
Of course it is. Like Bashore now, like everybody's saying maybe he's the GOAT. Like he won this tournament twice. Like I think both times was with a bad bracket, so now he has the hardest bracket possible. So obviously, I think I'm going to send him out. If not, then respect to him, but it's still going to be tough after this. Like I heard Levi Divir lost, so another Liquid player, no shock, but still. And then I heard that Umut lost. Like I think he lost 3 games today. I think just like a friendly reminder to my former team, I hope at least now it's time for them to find a better coach for Umut, because he definitely deserves that. And this year he didn't win any trophy. The whole team didn't win any trophy, even though they are capable of doing that. So I just hope that they will give, like, I hope that Umut can get a better coach, then he's gonna get better for sure. And yeah, the same way they could, like, they keep choking when it matters, I keep performing when it matters, and if it can continue like this, then I'm gonna end the GOAT debate, not even like close, then it's gonna end like this.
All right, Anders, well, I'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much, and congrats on that win. Over there to Des Puckett, how sweet is that Emre Yilmaz key crush gonna be for Anders?
Look at that smile. It is from ear to ear. Congratulations on another win for the Falcons. The 2 players combined for 20 goals. They lead everybody in this opening round, but more importantly, that man made some statements, FG.
I've told you about Anders in knockouts. This man, he goes to another level, and he said it himself. When it doesn't matter, by the way, the league stage definitely does matter, he's not as good. When it matters, he's good. Well, he's done a lot of talking, and up next for him is a man who's done this, gone all the way in this tournament twice, Manu Bashore. If he needed any motivation beforehand at the fact that one of his good friends and teammates has been knocked out by Anders, well, all he needs to do is listen to that interview, because that is some extra motivation for Manu, and there are going to be fireworks.
Shells, is this all starting from an unfollow? Where did the drama begin?
I think it just came from Anders leaving RBL Leipzig. I'm not too sure on the full drama. I did think maybe the coach, Daniel, I don't want to bring up the drama, but they done follow Anders' mom after some sort of incident, but I'm not too sure on that. But I think Anders just wants to psych himself up, because you see how he wins. He wins when it matters most, and he got to do that to himself.
Speaking of getting hyped up, Samu started off red hot in this tournament, 9 points out of the gates. He slowed down, but here in the knockout stage, he comes true.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic performance by Samu Gamer. He's going to be crushing a key, and from his perspective, we'll be hoping it's not the last key he crushes. We've seen some really high-level FC. When we take away the game that we just saw between Anders and Emre, also we saw some other shocks in the round. I mean, the big one was, Anders touched on it a little bit, Umut was knocked out by RVP legend. What a tournament he is having.
Yeah, I think for RVP as well, he kind of went under the radar in the last few days, and I think for Umut, maybe he was going into that game maybe think he could have made a run for the tournament, but RVP, he has been a top player in the last few years. But I was also looking at that D Fernandez against Levy. What a game that was. You can see the frustration with Levy DeWeird at the end. Sad to see him go home, but D Fernandez showing why he's in the tournament still.
That was PH Zinski crushed at the hands of Samu Gamer. Samu moves on. What's his reward? Well, the guy who hasn't dropped a game yet. 18 points, the only 6-0 performance. Bonanno is waiting for him in round 2. When it comes to MS Desari, well, he dropped the most goals in the opening round. 11-2 was the final score as he sends Chris DeBoer packing.
Yeah, he's still got it. He's still got the aura, hasn't he? You see it with the smile. It's great to see the King of the Jungle back on the big stage where he belongs. Maybe, just maybe, he might be closing in on something very special, but there is a long way to go here. We have to go back and we have to touch on that. D Fernandez, of course, beating Levy, but also Paulo Neto as well. Back in the wins in the next round. He'll be delighted.
Yeah, you can see the Team Liquid's gone from 4 players to 2. They still got Paulo Neto and Manu Bachor still in the competition, but things can change very quickly. And reiterating with Desari, I think it's a bit of a cheat code for him. He just looks so cool, calm, and collected. Of course, he's always been composed. And
2018 world champ?
World champion. He's been competing.
How many years ago was that? 8 years ago?
So he's been around for a long time, and of course, he's built his name up for a reason, got his own team now. I think he's sits in such a comfortable position because he knows if he ain't gonna win it, he's got Anders right behind him following him up, and maybe he could do it.
Here is the 21-year-old German crushing a key of his own. That's Milkolov getting his win. The surprise player coming in with the lowest ranking of anyone takes out Karim's back.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance by him. And he spoke to me a little bit off camera, and he was speaking about the pressure. He puts himself under pressure, but he's also relishing it. And he looks like a player who is relishing it. He's got the Iceman up next. And this man as well, we haven't really spoken about him as much in terms of Saudi players. He's the one who actually won the Saudi
Top
League.
dog.
Abu Maka, he's a fantastic player. He's had a brilliant run in the competitive scene. And maybe, just maybe, it could be his year.
Yeah, of course, Dasari has been the king of Saudi Arabia, I would say, for the last few years in FC. But Abu Maka, for the last 2 or 3, it has been his game. But we could potentially see them face off later on in the competition. We'll be excited to see. But he still has one more round before that. But yeah, there's so much talent in display.
Representing Al Qadsiya, Abu Maka able to get a 5-2 victory. Now will be playing against Hezers. I know one of your favorite players left in this tournament. It will not be an easy round as 2 of them are top scorers.
Yeah, absolutely. Both love the goals. I mean, the great thing about this game and this game title is we are guaranteed entertainment. We're going to get that in that game with Hezers. There's just so much quality on show here in Paris for the EWC, and it's exactly how I think if anyone had mapped out the World Championships being, it'd be like this position. We're still missing some huge names from this. Remember, we've lost a few huge names already, Shells, but the quality here, the standard that we're seeing is right at the top.
I mean, even with that Emre and Anders game, there was a moment where Emre, I think, took a long shot. It wasn't going to go in.
Right.
And the crowd done the little, I'm not going to lie, if that was me, I would have been fuming. So I think with Anders with the crowd behind him, it's going to be so hard for anyone to knock him down. But
He's
Emre,
right behind you as you're speaking about him, actually.
There's a liquid snare drum out there somewhere. It hasn't been beaten very loud, but I expect it to get louder as the day goes on. For now, enough yapping at the desk. Let's get into the next round of action.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's get right into it. The round of 16 awaits, and we are straight underway. Matthias Bonanno taking on Samu Gamer, joined alongside Gravison here. Grav, first question I got to ask you, how nice would it have been to see Emre Yilmaz, Levi David, if you're in that top 8, all get eliminated in the first set of matches? Makes your journey maybe a little bit easier to see some of the big seeded players go out.
To be fair, the league stage, it's a huge part of getting an easier bracket. Sometimes we don't talk about that enough. We think, because I completely disagree with what Andrew was saying, that the 3 days before this one, they don't count. They do count.
Absolutely.
It is a great way of knowing if your team is working, if your tactics are working, and
Could
they
you
work for
argue
them.
that Anders has to play more 50-50 games in the grand scheme of things now than he would if he finished top? Because he'd be going into those games as a 70-30, 80-20 favourite.
I don't think it matters for him because when he
don't care.
He don't care, but it's the same as watching Lionel Messi playing football. Like, you shouldn't be looking for Messi if you're trying to know how to play football, because he's a different beast.
Well, the guys at the desk talk you through some of those matches taking place. Got Matthias Bonanno against Samuel Gamer. First time seeing Bonanno after he topped the table, 6 wins from 6. Abu Maka is in action. He will take on Hezers. That's 9th versus 8th in the table. Abu Maka was 12 goals away from Hezers. And they match up now in the round of 16. Levi Finn plays MS Dasari. You might be able to hear in the background the Team Falcons fans getting behind not only their favourite player, but the chairman of the entire organisation as well. And finally, the Iceman, the 2022 runner-up, Nicholas 99 FC, is underway against Milka Love. And Samuel Gamer will love that start.
It was a brilliant start. I thought he was going to go for the low driven with the left foot, but he went for the ball roll finesse to make it 1-0. And so far, we haven't seen Samu Gamer suffer on the defense, so I'm curious to see how Bonanno will approach this game. Because, of course, Bonanno didn't drop a single point in the regular format, but the league stage, don't know. I just think Samu Gamer so far has been unstoppable. I do think he's, even though it doesn't make sense, I do favour him.
I've got to say, Samu Gamer, 3 wins for his opening 3, then lost 3 in a row. Lost to Abu Maka, lost to Manu Bichore, lost to Luke Divide. You're then looking ahead, you're thinking he's coming in with no momentum, he's coming in with no confidence. What happens? He goes and beats PHZ 6-1.
I just feel like the way he plays and the way, not only the way he plays, the way he defends really works out well against South Americans. I'm thinking Matias Bonanno, PHC, Nicolas. I do remember Nicolas in the league stage of the ECL. He suffered a lot against Samu Gamer. So I'm curious to see how Mati does, and he does well to score 1-1.
He certainly does. So what do we know?
Nothing.
1-1, Matias Bonanno. He has been perfect here at the FC Pro World Championships thus far, and he gets right back into the game. Speaking of South Americans, speaking of Argentines, let's head on over to the best Argentinian player of all time, Nicolas 99 FC. He's in action, taking on the underdog Milka Love. Over 100 places different in the SC Pro World rankings. Let's jump in there because there has been an early goal in that game. Make it 2 early goals. And it's Nicolas 2-0 up. I have to ask you, Grav, I saw the bracket. We all saw the bracket. Nicolas is on the top half of the bracket. He avoids Anders, Alihan Lyon, Umut, Di Fernandez, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bichore, Nasada. Is this the best opportunity for him to get to a grand final since 2022?
This is the one. This is the one. I feel like he's been playing really well throughout the whole season, but when it gets to those matches against maybe sometimes PH, sometimes others as well, he wasn't good enough. But this one, he should be the favorite coming into his side of...
Anders Vergang, world #1, versus the reigning, defending world champion, Manu Bachore.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Somos do grupo Superfãs, estamos na EWC 2026 e vamos fazer um desafio de dar caneta. Vem com a gente.
Galera, e aí? Quem será que ganhou essa competição de canetinha? Foi o Bruxo? Ou foi o Vini?
Foi eu.
Eu ganhei. Isso é ruim. Galera, eu acho que fui eu, né? Que o fenômeno aqui sou eu, né? Então, galera, vejo vocês no palco principal no EWC 2026. Tamo junto.
Eu ganhei.
Sem brigar, cara. Não vai sair a imagem, não.
Tinta na Palatina, tema decisão de público. E quem ganhou foi Vinícius Júnior!
Galera, nos encontre aqui na EWC 26, estamos te esperando. Vamos lá.
Nos encontre aqui na EWC 2026, estamos te esperando.
Nos encontre aqui na EWC 2026.
Vai.
Nos encontre aqui na EWC 2026, estamos te esperando. Venha.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championships. I am joined by Hezers, who just had a fantastic victory over Abu Maka. Obviously, you nearly slid into that top 8, so you went all the way to the round of 16. But great win. It was pretty neck and neck until halftime, and then you took it away, didn't you?
Yeah, it was like close until halfway. After I start to play better, and also I scored all my shots while I was not doing it in the first half. And so I think it was a deserved win.
Looking forward, though, Mattias Bonanno is going to be your next opponent. And I don't know if everyone knows, but he is now Italian, competing for Italy. So it's Italy versus Italy. At first, I was like, Hezers, he's the last Italian, but Mattias Bonanno is also Italian. So that's going to be a big matchup because it means a lot, doesn't it?
I mean, we are gonna play for everything tomorrow. You can win the World Cup, you are gonna qualify for Pro Open, you are playing for the Nations Cup, everything. So it will be tense, and I hope that I can win.
How do you beat a player like Matías Bonanno, who's gone unbeaten in this competition so far?
I mean, we are a lot different. He prefers to defend, I prefer to attack. So usually in Italy we say that the best attack is to defense. I hope to prove them wrong.
Now tomorrow, obviously, we're over on the big stage, the lights, the cameras. It's going to be a very, very big event. Is that daunting at all to you? Does that make you nervous? Or are you just ready to play?
I mean, as from when I started to watch esports, it was always about Sunday Champ. So tomorrow is Sunday Champ. I'm going to enjoy it.
All right, well, either way, that matchup, Mati versus Hezzer, is going to be a very, very good one tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. But guys, over at the desk, it's going to be Italy versus Italy. What are we thinking?
I think Italy's guaranteed top 4 in this tournament. Congratulations to Hezzers. The smile remains on his face 4 days into the competition. He's into our top 8. Were there any doubts coming into the week?
Nah, and I think from his last few goals, you can just see the composure and the way how he's playing. He's playing at a controlled level, and that's the type of level you want to see Hezzers playing at. And if he is playing with the right possession, the right play style, he can put his hands on the trophy, but it shows how much he's increased over the years.
I think Grav said it perfectly on commentary. He said, like, this is parts of Hezzer's game when he was keeping possession, which led to a goal that in previous FC titles you might necessarily not have seen from him.
He just let it rip in the past.
His game management's improved so much. He's really good at keeping leads. He's good at building on leads. He seems to be really confident, and it's great to see him up there. He just loves to. He's just great for the esport. He loves the game, and he loves just being here. It's amazing.
He wasn't the only one to walk away with a win. Shells, we also saw the Doctor and crew walking away with another W. We interviewed him earlier, talked about all of the competitors in the event. Thoughts on their performances, because we have an appearance again in the top 8 now.
Yeah, of course, Levy Finn was taking on Desari. I thought that was a tough game, but Levy Finn, he's so composed on the ball. If you saw around the box, it's just like he's walking, waiting for Desari to make the wrong mistake. And he is still representing RBL Leipzig, but listen, Levy Finn has only lost 1 game in this tournament. He is playing at an incredible level.
And that was such a narrow game. Just 1 goal separated the 2 players. Emas Desari, the king of the jungle, eliminated as Levy Finn moves forward. Of course, you saw Nicholas making a lot of noise on the stage. And FG, I know you weren't a big fan of all the words that were used.
Yeah, I'm just a massive fan of what Milkolov's done. Yeah. I spoke to him a little bit off camera. He wasn't really sure the reason for it. He didn't know what was going on. But, I do like to see that from Nicholas, that competitive side. We see it a lot from Anders as well. And this is how much it means to our players. The prize pool here is massive. It's a chance to become the best in the world, undisputed best in the world, which somebody is going to be doing on Championship Sunday. Nicholas right now is going to be crushing Milkolov's key. So, yeah, I wasn't a massive advocate of it, of course, but it happens. It's a high emotion game. The most important thing was there was a handshake. We know he's in the next round. Congratulations to Milkolov as well on a fantastic tournament.
And of course, the key crushing continued as Uma's key was removed from the competition. The legend back in action is RVP.
Yeah, RVP, he's always been known for scoring goals. And on FC, we see how much goals are going in. So for Uma, it was a tough defeat. I expected it to be a lot more closer than it was, but RVP showing his dominance and is still keeping himself in the competition.
Yeah, we've got some absolutely massive games coming up as well as we see some more keys being
This is Luke's.
This is Luke's, yep, like you said it, Paolo Neto about to crush that. But, our immediate attention after the key crushing, which is an amazing format as well, is that huge game that Anders Vergang promised would be a good game and promised that he would beat his opponent, Manu Bashore, who's won this competition twice.
Every time we've gone through a round, though, you can see the emotions get increased and the players reacting more. You're going to see tears. Like I said, Nicholas, he is the Iceman, but I ain't seen him react like that in a long time. But it shows what these players have been playing for all season. Everyone wants to get their hand on the trophy, but only one of them can win it.
Big performances lead to some huge moments at the Key Crusher, and we are going to crush 4 more keys before this night is over. Shells, before we get into this next round, we have to give some more hints of what could be our Mystery Nation.
I'm really bad at giving hints, but
I just zoomed in on this iPad for you. I'm trying to make the job as easy as possible for you, Shells.
I'm focused on the guys trying to stay in the competition, but of course they got home clubs of Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, and Besiktas.
And I'll be honest, the only reason I handed it to you is I was terrified to try and pronounce this.
You would have done a great job. You've done an amazing job.
I'll tell you how an American would do it. No, excellent stuff to everyone who's already guessed it. Chat, you guys nailed this about 4 hours ago. I don't think I'm allowed to tell you that. That word is the right answer. Yep. You're crushing it. But also, so are our competitors. Expectations moving forward. Who do you got moving on? Manu or Anders?
I mean, Anders is the best player in the game, but I think Manny Mature might upset him. He's the 2-time champion for a reason. Anders got to beat him if he wants to win it.
Something special here at EWC for Manu and Team Liquid. Let's find out if they can earn some more points here in FC.
What a last round of games we have for day 4 of the FC Pro World Championship. If you told me that we would be looking at Anders Vergang against Manu Bashure in a round of 16 game, with one of those two being eliminated, even bigger than that, Emre Yilmaz against Anders Vergang in the round of 24, I would not have believed you. Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa with the last call of our final game today. Ryan, what a game this is ahead of us, and what a set of games we have.
Ridiculous. Even touch on some of the other ones. You can see the man on your screen there. Paulo Neto up against Alejan, who has been ridiculous this tournament so far. You've got Guga Perez up against RBP legend. Nasada up against Di Fernandez. But this one, 2 world champions up against each other in the round of 16.
The 2025 FC...
you.